Secrets of Strixhaven! We're going to start our set review. So Secrets of Strixhaven, just about out. This is a set that the gallery came out yesterday, and now we get to look at the cards. This is going to be split up with me doing the white through green Wooburg cards, and then later on, tomorrow, I am going to do the multicolored cards, the bonus sheet, colorless, and the everything else. And I'm going to look at every single draftable card and all the cards that are coming to Arena. So there's a bunch of cards that are going to be playable in draft. And the first set of cards are all going to be standard legal. Everything that's not on the bonus sheet is standard legal, and a good number of cards on the bonus sheet are actually reprints of standard legal cards. So you'll be able to play those alternate arts of them. Secrets of Strixhaven takes place on Archevios, and the basic part of the story is not these kids in the background, but one of these kids in the background. Go on an adventure. There's an archaic that's rampaging, something portals, something Jahtzee. You'll see it kind of on here. So let's start. We're going to start with white and just go in the order depicted here. And because people like to ask, this is on a website called mtgset.review. You can see the URL up in the corner, and you can support the creator of this through their Patreon. Johnny's response, look at that, a story spotlight card already. Johnny's response is just white removal. It is not that crazy. It's 5 mana instant speed removal in a set where a lot of creatures aren't just 2-for-1s. They can be repeatedly casting spells. There are so many crazy abilities in this set that I think a Johnny's response is very rarely going to be good value, but it is a 5 mana value spell. Sometimes you might actually want it at 5 mana value because of the Prismari ability. And it's removal. It's not anything special. Antiquities on the Loose. This is really nice for limited. It's going to be giving you a lot of different things you want. 3 mana. Make 2 2/2s. Okay, that's value already. If it was cast from your graveyard, you also put a +1/+1 counter on each spirit you control. Now, the spirits in this set are not just tokens. In fact, there's not that many things that make these 2/2 red-white spirits, but there's a bunch of spirit creatures because they go to this site of the Blood Age wars, and you get to see a lot of spirits there. A lot of like warmongering spirits. There's even a spirit horse. Nice. Somebody said earlier, this is a Johnny killing his brother. You could use this to kill a Johnny's brother for a Johnny to cop Ryan. It would be very funny. It's like Lingering Souls, but big. Yeah, they don't fly. They're not flying. But still cool. Definitely a good card for limited. Maybe not anywhere else. Ascendant Dusk Speaker. 5 mana 3/4 with flying. Ooh, numbers. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 creature on another creature you control, so it cannot buff itself, but at the beginning of combat on your turn, you exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Flashback is like one of the big mechanics. It's the lore hold mechanic for this set. So being able to repeatedly exile things from your opponent's graveyard is really good. Or if you are in lore hold, there's a bunch of things that trigger when they are exiled from your graveyard. It's like, if something left your graveyard this turn, get a counter, gain life, that kind of stuff. Which means that, like, Ascendant Duskspeaker is doing everything you want it to do on a common. Now, is it crazy? I mean, it's at 5 mana. It's fine. But it's doing a lot of the things you need, which is good. I like that. Very, very good mechanics on the card, and the fact that it can also buff up a creature when it enters is just nice later in the game. Who gave this orc wings? I think the orc gave itself wings using magic. I should be doing my homework, but instead I'm reading Magic the Gathering cards. It's a 1 mana sorcery. Exile target creature you control. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter. It's a blink. And it has flashback, but it is at sorcery speed, so you can't really use this to save your creatures if they're going to be destroyed. It does get you, like, things going to exile triggers. It gets you multiple casts. It buffs things up. This is, I think, just fine. I think that it's going to depend on what you have that's worth blinking. Because if you have a prepare creature that, when it enters, becomes prepared, which allows you to cast his prepared spell, this is a way to reset that. It's also going to get you enter the battlefields again. But it's also, again, a sorcery speed blink. The fact you can cast it twice, though, is pretty good value. Yeah, you imagining your storm deck popping off. Dig Site Inventory. We have a core here who's just making sure they got all their stuff in order. 1 mana sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains vigilance. This has flashback. So both of these trigger the Silver Quill thing, which is Repartee. Repartee will trigger when you target a creature with a spell, or when you cast a spell targeting a creature. It doesn't have to be your creature. It can be your opponent's creature too, I think. So if you have good synergy for it, this does get better. It's a very basic enabler for that. And I like that it's 1 mana on both casts. Yeah, you have to make sure. Check your pack before you go on a field trip. Eager Glyph Mage. This showcases something else that's new to this set, which is the new Inklings. Inklings used to look like floating blobs. They now look like animals. They are glowing animal pictures, which is cute. They're a lot cuter than they used to be. Except they're 1/1s instead of being 2/1s. They used to be 2/1 flyers. When this enters, get a 1/1 token. That's not bad value. It's blinkable. That's nice. And it gives you things to sacrifice if you have some sacrifice stuff. You like the blob Inklings? Me too. Elite Interceptor. Ooh, a 1 mana creature that enters prepared. And you can pay 2 mana to tap or attack target creature and draw a card. Now, because that's sorcery speed, I can't make the full comparison of this being like an inspector. But it kind of is. Like Novice Inspector, it's doing kind of the same thing. It is a 1 mana that gives you delayed card draw. When you have 2 mana up later, you can use it to draw a card. This is a really great curve if you're playing in limited. Let me grab a tissue. Oh, sorry, I am struggling with allergies and the remnants of a cold right now. I also like untapping or tapping a creature means like turn 1, I play this. Turn 1, my opponent plays something. Turn 2, I tap my opponent's thing, I draw a card, I attack in for 1. It's not bad. That's pretty good. Also, because this is a targeted spell you're casting, when we get to the Repartee cards, it triggers that. Emeritus of Truce. This is part of the Emeritus cycle. It is a mythic cycle of, well, wizard-type things that each cast a signature spell that is an iconic spell in those colors. We have Regrowth, Lightning Bolt, Swords to Plowshares, Ancestral Recall, and what's the last one? Is it Tutor? I want to say Demonic Tutor. When this enters, there's also one that does Reanimate, but I can't remember which is which. I think it's Tutor for this one, though. Yeah, it should have just been the 3 cycle. When it enters, and this is a 3 mana 3/3, target player will make an Inkling token. You can target yourself, you can target your opponent. Then, if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this becomes prepared. Now, this is weird, because, yes, it is essentially like a strictly better version of Eager Glyph Mage, but it's mythic rare. If your opponent has more creatures than you, and you can give them a creature to try to make that happen, you get Swords to Plowshares. It's neat. I think that this is very well balanced for limited. I think it's going to be strong in limited. Yeah, the Emeritus cycle is very cool. But you're not going to be able to re-prepare this unless you have something like that blinks it, or there's even a land that can prepare things. And I think there is one creature that can prepare them. It's like a colorless creature. Yeah, Healing Salve would have been funny if they're like, every turn, prepare Healing Salve. Yeah, seems okay to me. Swords to Plowshares does good removal. Ennis Debate Moderator, a 2 mana 1/1. When it enters, exile another creature you control. It comes back at the beginning of the next end step. And if a card was put into exile, put a counter on Ennis, which means he blinks. That's great. If you exile cards from your graveyard using, say, that flyer we saw before, Ennis will be growing. It's only once a turn. It's only in your end step, but I think this is solid, especially if you have enter the battlefield value. Use it to re-prepare your creature. Why not? Yes, this dude's in a wheelchair. Erode. Whoa. Crazy art here. 1 mana instant, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it into the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. It's Path to Exile, but it doesn't exile. It hits planeswalkers. This is very solid removal. Wow. So in general, I'm not a big fan of letting my opponent ramp. But I think that in constructed play, if planeswalkers ever become a problem, this is going to see some play. Because 1 mana, destroy a creature or planeswalker, that's pretty good. Yeah, this is Erode. As far as limited play goes, here's one of the benefits from limited play. You can use this to destroy your own thing to get a land. I'd probably play it. I think that it's just at the cost. I'd go for it if you have Inkling tokens. And it does trigger repartee. Eventually, we're going to see repartee stuff. Graduation day. Aww. This orc has got such short little stubby legs. Orc or troll, something like that. Look at this. My dude's arms get all the way down to the ground. Here's repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature you control. So this is not on a creature, it's on an enchantment. I don't like this that much because it's not on a creature, and I feel like we have better choices, but it is still cool as like a setup spell. I'm not a big fan of it for limited, but we'll see how it plays out. Group project. Oh, these 3 students are summoning a goat head together. Good for them. 2 mana, make a spirit token, flashback, tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Okay, this is cute. This reminds me a lot of the thing that makes birds. This is fine for limited. I think that just it exiles itself from the graveyard when you cast a flashback. And you can easily cast this twice in 1 turn, which I think is solid. If you have any spirit synergy, it gets even better. But yeah, this seems fine to me. A harsh annotation. Ooh. Is that Silverquill and Quandrix doing crazy stuff? Oh, with a quote from Felisa. That was one of the old precon cards. 2 mana instant, destroy target creature. Its controller creates an Inkling. We've seen a lot of versions of this card. One made an Ox. This one just makes an Inkling. One of them made an Angel. I think that this... My problem with this card is I wish it said creature or planeswalker. There's 2 planeswalkers in the set, and one of them is dang near impossible to deal with. The other one, like, it's hard to deal with, but not as impossible. I don't want to give my opponent a 1/1. So I'm not that big on it. Honor Bound Page. Oops, flipped it over. 4 mana, 3/3 with First Strike that enters prepared. First Strike can be pretty sweet. Forum's Favor. Give +1/+1 flying until end of turn. Yeah, that is a flying cat in the art. Doing some wordplay. Not bad. Helps trigger repartee. You're only going to cast it once, but like just 1 jump is pretty good, even if it's a sorcery speed. Informed Inkwrite, another rare. 2 mana, 2/2 with vigilance and repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, you make an Inkling. Now that's going to get big fast. So this is one of those, casting any instant or sorcery that targets any creature, including if you cast removal spell on your opponent's stuff, if you cast those blink spells on your own stuff, make a token. I feel like this is going to be easy to trigger because there's so many targeting spells, especially in black and white, because repartee is like their thing. I think that's a great way to clutter up the board. I think this is going to be really solid for limited. It's also a 2 mana 2/2 with vigilance at its base. Good. Bear with an upside as a rare. This is the skinniest elephant creature I think I've ever seen. Ink Shape Demonstrator. 4 mana, 3/4 with Ward 2. Oh, you protect yourself. Repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, it gets +1/+0 and lifelink. The lifelink doesn't stack, but the +1/+0 can. The fact this also has Ward 2 means this is oftentimes just going to be like, hey, I'm gaining life. I'm gaining life. You can't deal with me because I have Ward 2. That's very nice uncommon if you're building into the repartee stuff. Interjection. +2/+2 and first strike until end of turn. Hey, look at that. It's an instant that targets. You think this guy will be annoying and limited? Me too. I mean, it's fine. Sometimes combat tricks, and if you have extra payoff for combat tricks, like this, even better. Joined researchers. Has anybody else had a secret rendezvous? This is the lesbians from the first Secrets of Strixhaven, or the first Strixhaven set. And they're still, study buddies, we'll say. These two girls, they're sharing their tips. They're doing their homework together, and they're having a secret rendezvous. It's a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike. It gets prepared if your opponent has more cards in hand than you. And its prepared spell is Secret Rendezvous. Now, I would pretty much never cast Secret Rendezvous in Limited unless there was something that would hurt my opponent's hand or prevent them from drawing additional cards, anything like that. I think that Joined Researchers, it's really just a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike to me. But it's going to see some play, especially in our like Pride Month commanders. Didn't you guys graduate? Oh yeah, they're roommates. They're living on Archibios together. An Owlin Historian. 3 mana 2/3 flying. When it enters, surveil 1. If a card leaves your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It's a Drake with an upside. The surveil is kind of nice. Flashback is in the set. But it's not a permanent +1/+1. It's just +1/+1 until end of turn. Still not bad. Like, as a common, it's a fine common. The surveil will also be really helpful. And it's a flyer, which means it's going to help end games. Like, birds can win games. It's weird seeing surveil in white. Yeah. Practiced offense. They're doing sports. I think this girl has like a legendary creature too. 3 mana sorcery to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature target player controls. Target creature gains your choice of double strike or lifelink at the end of turn. Okay. And the fact that it's got flashback, that's not bad. It's a rare, it's one of those, if you're already going wide, it makes things better. Helps get you a big strike. Primary research, they're going to the war fields to study the spirits in person and, like, not die to them. 5 mana enchantment. When it enters, return a non-land permanent with a mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. At the beginning of your end step, if a card left your battlefield this turn, draw a card. Okay. Gets you a small reanimate. And it can also bring back like other enchantments and stuff. And triggers itself. I think if you have a deck that has lots of 3 cost or less permanents, this isn't uncommon. I would consider for it. I also just think that like setting up that card draw is good. Yes, there are odd-looking lines like this one. Target creature gains the double striker lifelink, so it still triggers repartee. That's why you're gonna see some things are just, it triggers repartee, even though it could have been choose. If you target, it triggers things that care about that. Is there anything that could blink this with a 3 mana creature? Probably not in the set. Will Blade Laureate. 2 mana 1/1 double strike. Those tend to be really good if you're casting lots of, you know, little combat tricks. And it has, not a combat trick, but it has an onboard ability here. It enters prepared. It can give something +1/+0 and double strike until end of turn. not bad. If you have things that put +1/+1 counters on things, this is going to be great to bank those up. And the fact that it gives you the double strike on something else, like you put that on a flyer, that can be some really good damage. I like this as an uncommon. Yeah, it's going to be a blowout, even if it's sorcery speed. Rapier Wit. 2 mana instant, tap target creature if it's your turn, stun it, and draw a card. Okay, it's fine. Triggers repartee. Kind of a filler. Depends on how many things you have triggering from it. It can also buy you a turn by stunning stuff or tapping stuff. Or remove a blocker for a turn. The Rehearsed Debater, checking himself out. Of course I talk to myself, who wouldn't want to hear me speak. Ugh, Silver Quill. I have to hear my voice when I edit. It's the worst, especially when I'm congested like this. It's a 3 mana 3/3 with Vigilance. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. The Vigilance makes it a lot nicer. Ooh, and this is the first of the Paradigm cycle. I talked about the Emeritus cycle before. This is the Paradigm cycle. This is a series of mythics with Paradigm, which is like if Epic were good. Nobody remembers Epic. That's fine, because it was bad. You cast the spell. It's really expensive for what it's doing. But at the start of each of your turns, you will get to cast it again and again and again and again. It's the beginning of your first main phases. So yeah, you get to reanimate, and oh, if it costs 7 mana. But the next turn, you get to reanimate again. Now, of the cycle, this one's a little rough because it starts at 7 mana. But still, pretty cool. How do I feel about it? I think this one's kind of expensive if you don't have ramp. What is the symbol? It is a lesson. This is technically a card that counts towards any lesson synergy. Whether it be the old Strixhaven cards that have learn. There's no learn in this set, and there are only 5 lessons. So that's lesson. It means you could put it on your sideboard and fetch it with learn. Shattered Acolyte. This is what's happened to some of the Auric. The Auric have kind of broken off after their defeat in the previous Strixhaven set. And some of them are the Shattered. They're seeking answers, and they don't want to be a part of, I don't know, the establishment. They're anti-establishment wizards. 2 mana, 2/2 with lifelink. It's good. It's a 2 mana, 2/2 with lifelink. And you can pay 1, sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. Looking good. Yeah, Iroh could flashback these, except they have paradigms, so they get exiled. You'd have to mill it for it. Yes, if you cheat the cost of paradigm spells, they count as casting, say, a 7 mana spell. Because it looks at mana value. Or if you're looking at something that looks like mana value. Storing Stone Glider. This is an elephant surfing on a pillar. 3 mana, 4/3 flying vigilance. Except it costs 2 more mana. Unless you exile 2 cards from your graveyard. Which, notably, the Lorehold cards want you to do. They like when you exile from graveyard. Seems solid enough to me. I mean, 4/3 flying vigilance, and you can cast it for as little as 3 mana. And if you do, you might be getting other synergy enabled. I like that. I think that's good. Spirit Call Enthusiast. They're scrolling. 3 mana, 3/3. Whenever a token enters, it becomes prepared, and it gives you, up to 2 creatures getting +2/+2 until end of turn for 2 mana. That's not bad. I think this is... If you have this with the rare that makes a token whenever you trigger repartee, they will trigger each other. You cast this. You cast something to trigger getting the first token. It can't be this. Or you just get a token somehow. Then you're able to spell boost, get token. This becomes prepared again. And you just keep going back and forth and back and forth as long as you have mana to keep spell boosting. That's going to be really good. So yeah, that's an uncommon and a rare, but that is a very nice piece of limited synergy. Also, kitty. Meow. Stand up for yourself, or murder your bully with ink. 3 mana instant, destroy a creature with power 3 or greater. There's a lot of threats in this set that do not have a power 3 or greater. That said, still fine removal. Stirring Hope Singer. It is a 3 mana 1/3. Flying, lifelink. It's rare when you cast and trigger repartee. A +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Alright, that's very good. That's... if it was like +1/+1 until end of turn, it'd be like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. Or like, that's fine. Because it's also flying lifelink. The fact that it's +1/+1 counters on all your creatures makes this really nice. Yeah, +1/+1 counters. I like this for limited. It is also a flying lifelinker, which will sustain you and end games. Not bad, not bad. Stone Docent, a Spirit Chimera. Ooh, looks really cool. It's a 2 mana 3/1. You can pay 1 and exile it from your graveyard after it's died to gain life and surveil. That will trigger the things that care about things leaving your graveyard. Also, it's a 2 mana 3/1. Bad against tokens. Good if you're just trying to get in damage early. A Summoned Dromedary. A Spirit Camel. 4 mana 4/3 with Vigilance. You can pay 2 to return it from your graveyard to your hand only as a sorcery. Didn't we have another card like this? Like another Spirit Camel or something that you could keep bringing back? Or some kind of like zombie camel? It reminds me of another card. How do I feel about it? It is an expensive loop, but it is a pretty good creature. If you have things that care about things leaving your graveyard, it'll keep leaving your graveyard. Nice. And now we're going to be moving into blue. Banishing Betrayal. It's a 2 mana instant. Returns a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Surveil 1. Okay, I mean, those are pretty nice and limited. There's some tokens to bounce. The Surveil is an extra bonus. And it's instant speed. Its usefulness is going to be very dependent on what's happening in the game. But these bounce effects, I like them a lot more if they're blink of an eye type effects, which is to say, you can also use them to draw a card. But it does trigger repartee, so if you happen to be splashing into white, that's a little bit of extra synergy there. The main two color pairs with blue would be blue-green, that's Quandrix, and blue-red, Prismari. So we have those two abilities are going to be coming up here. I think it's like Prismari cares about casting a spell and then casting a spell of 5 or greater mana. And Quandrix is... it's got like Pseudo Evolve. It's got Spell Evolve. It's really cool. You'll see it. Like the flavor text. Yes, this is a story moment that has Tam pushing Jadzi into this multiversal portal that I think is designed to maybe send her back in time, and then Tam follows through it. Weird. Has to do with, actually, I should explain this. The Secret of Strixhaven is something that was originally only in the Strixhaven D&D book. So if you read the old Strixhaven story, you would not know this. It is literally just dropped kind of like, oh yeah, lots of people know this kind of vibe in the story for this set. The secret of Strixhaven is that the Archaics, the giants that are like around the plane, the big colorless things, are actually the oracles that are sent back through time to live continuously through all time. So that is the secret of Strixhaven. Tam does not have snake hair. It is still braids that are just tipped in red. Brush off. Oh, also we found out Tam was like created by Jace or something like that. I don't really know. Brush off. Counter target spell. If it targets an instant or sorcery, it costs 2. If it targets anything else, it costs 4. You average that, and it's almost a cancel. I'm not that big on this, but I do think that counter spells will be helpful in the set environment, especially because there are spells and you're casting them. Yeah, possibly Jace, probably Jace. Everything is Jace's fault. We know that the current set is Jace's fault. Is it Jace's daughter? We don't know what level of construct she is. I don't know. Maybe she's just a high-level illusion or something like that. Ignore her creature type. Campus Composer. Oh man, you're like Demix. You got a little water horse. Water Pegasus? I see wings. 4 mana, 3/4 with Ward 2 that enters prepared. And its prepared spell is expensive. It's 5 mana, but it curves with this to make a 3/3 flyer. I think that's pretty solid. It's a 5 mana spell for the things that care about casting 5 mana spells. And it's a 3/4 with Ward that next turn gives you that elemental. It's essentially 2 cards in one. Very nice. Yeah, Dance, Water, Dance. Chase, Inspiration. I do like that this kind of looks like the person Chase, or mana curves. 1 mana instant. Oh, it's another one of these. It's Dive Down. +0/+3 and hexproof. Sure. It protect. I'm not that big on this, but it does trigger Repartee. It's a fish. It is a merfolk. I wouldn't play this in any merfolk deck, though. We have 3 different dive downs in an octopus form in standard. Yeah. Deluge Virtuoso. 3 mana, 2/2 human wizard. When it enters, ooh, you Frostlinks. Tap a thing, stun a thing. Opus. So this is the casting spells mechanic. If you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If you cast an instant or sorcery that has a 5 or more mana spent on it. So if you cast it for free, it doesn't count. It has to be spending the mana on it. +2/+2 until end of turn instead. This is a Frostlinks with a very good upside. Definitely playable, and I think that it's a good way to show this is the most basic thing Opus can do. But in general, Frostlinkses are good in limited. That's why I say it's fine. Divergent Equation. X cost spells are also very common on many of the blue-green cards. Return up to X target instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand and exile this spell. So that means that you can spend 3 mana to return 1, 5 mana to return 2, 7 mana to return 3. Refill your hand. This card goes away, and then you can recast those instants or sorceries. Bonus points, it does trigger the Lorehold stuff that cares about those things. You think this person looks more like a Djinn? Nah, their skin ain't colorful enough. Echo Casting Symposium. Ooh, so many copies of yourself. I would hate to be a student in this classroom. Like, where am I supposed to put my notebook? I'm sitting on a floating cube. So this is another paradigm card. Target player creates a token that's a copy of target creature you control. Nice. This will recast at the start of each of your main phases, or your first main phase, sorry. And I feel like this is a more castable first one. It's less impactful because you need to have a creature. But this is fun. This is really fun. This is the kind of spell that I will be so happy to get to resolve. But it is also like 6 mana to do it the first time. Usually a clone costs 4 mana, sometimes 3 mana. And it doesn't make like a non-legendary copy or anything like that. So it might be okay for limited, but it feels interruptible. And because it targets both you and the creature, on its initial cast, it's a lot harder to interrupt to make sure you set up the paradigm. Emeritus of Ideation. This is, I think, one of the main cards they're advertising for the set. It's the card that has an alt art that is the only serialized card in the set. It's part of the Emeritus cycle. 5 mana, 5/5 with flying and ward 2. Okay, ignore everything else on the card at this exact point. This card is a bomb. It's a 5 mana, 5/5 flyer with ward 2. It enters prepared, and its prepared spell is Ancestral Recall, which means you can spend 1 mana to draw 3. If you attack with it and exile 8 cards from your graveyard, it will become prepared again. Now, in limited, that might happen once. It doesn't matter. It is a 6 mana flying 5/5, flying ward 2, I should say 5/5, that draws you 3 cards. Notice I said 6 mana there, because you do have to pay for Ancestral Recall. And that's pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Yeah, this bird's gonna kill people and win games. An Encouraging Aviator. Better hold on tight, frog. And I have Boorogs, I think are the frog people here. Yeah, it's ancestral into Treasure Cruise. Jump! Target creature gains flying until end of turn. Hey, look, they get to reuse the spell. That's fun. When it attacks, it becomes prepared. So it has to attack, and then you can use it to essentially carry something else. That's very fun. Also gives you more repartee triggers. I kind of wish this was like a 2-mana 1/3 with the jump, but maybe that would have been too strong. Yeah, the fact that jump is instant speed means that you can like swing in with this and something else. You get the trigger, it becomes prepared, you make the other thing jump. Essence Scatter with, ooh, very cool new art. This is Elliot Lang's art. Showing this. This looks like maybe a Mage Hunter, which are weird creatures on Arcavios that seek out magic and destroy it. Very cool looking. I like the very like stark black background. Essence Scatter, counter target creature spell. I'm not that big on these in limited, but some people are. Are all the prepared spells existing spells? I don't believe so. I believe a lot of them are new to this set, but you could technically reprint them, which is fun. Exhibition Tide Collar. It's 1 mana 0/2. If you cast an instant or sorcery, target player mills 3. If you spend 5 or more mana on the spell, they mill 10 instead. Ooh, kind of like your crab, your spell crab for this set. It is so hard to mill people in limited. But it would be fun to try this. I'd say it's the kind of thing like you'd have to kind of build with the intent of I'm setting up to mill. You could also mill yourself to set up flashback cards. That's not bad. Otherwise, it's a 1 mana 0/2. Fun with Paradigm. Paradigm only works the first time you cast it for this. When you cast something for free, it will not trigger the Tide Collar. Well, it'll trigger the first part. It will just mill 3, but it won't mill 10. Easy to mill people with the River Churn Monument. I feel like that was the exception. Flow State. More crazy Prismari artists. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. 1 goes in your hand, 1 on the bottom. If there's an instant or sorcery in your graveyard, put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library. Oh, I see. So it's either Anticipate, but sorcery speed. So look at the top 3, put 1 in a hand. Or look at the top 3, put 2 into hand at 2 mana. That's not bad. Especially because there oftentimes will be instants and sorceries in your graveyard. Fractal Anomaly. A lot of whales in this set. Make a fractal. The fractal size is determined by the number of cards you've drawn this turn. Alright, so you got to draw half your deck. Then for 1 mana, you have to make like a 10/10. Perfect. Dear Dad, please send 16 tons of krill in your next care package. We'll explain at semester break. They make you feed your own whales? Your art whales? I don't know. This is 1 mana, make a 1/1. If you draw cards on your opponent's turn, you could technically use it then. Turn 1, 7/7. I think you technically draw your cards before the start of the game. I don't think it counts. That would be very funny if it did, though. Turn it into a turn 1 bomb, and all other times it's fine. I'm not that big on it. I guess if you have +1/+1 counter synergy, it gets a little better. Fractalize! Okay, is the lizard a teacher? Because it does not look like they're wearing clothes. No, it does not. Return your lizards to their natural size before the class ends. We don't want another incident. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a fractal with a base power and toughness equal to X+1. So this is a combat trick that is either turn something into a 1/1 or make something into an 1+X. So you can use it defensively or offensively. Not the best combat trick, but it's kind of fun. I kind of wish that it also like had the ability loss clause. Yeah, a lot of X cost things. Harmonized Trio. Oh, they have a band. 1 mana, 1/1 Merfolk Bard Wizard. Tap it and 2 other creatures to prepare it, and then it has Brainstorm? That's solid. I mean, I'll cast a Brainstorm. The fact that you can use this ability on your opponent's turn right into Brainstorm, that's solid. Now, Brainstorm, like, at its base is essentially draw 1 card. It does have the whole, like, put things back, and there is a fetch land in this format. Just pointing out there's a fetch land in this format, like a common fetch. Nice. I like that as a 1/1. It does take, like, you need to have 3 creatures, but it's cheap and repeatable. Aw, homesickness. They got a care package from Mom. Target player draws 2 cards. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Put a stun counter on each of them. Triggers your repartee, gets you 2 cards at instant speed. Very expensive, but it's kind of like Snow Day. It's one of those big spells that will occasionally be really helpful. I'm not that big. I typically don't run these, but it also triggers Opus for the 5+ mana. So if you have more synergy with that, it could be even better. And since it's going to be pricey to get to play your 7 mana spell, sorry, I'm like kind of sick still. This taps for mana for instants or sorceries. It also can do color transformation, where it's like, oh, take a mana, turn it into a different color as emergency fixing. But only for instants and sorceries. I don't know, I think a 2 mana mana dork for instants and sorceries is fine. I wouldn't go too crazy on it, but if you're going hard on high mana value spells and X cost spells, it's a lot better. Jadzi, Steward of Fate, has Oracle's Gift. I think this might be the only rare legend to have a prepare spell. Because I think the rest of them are the uncommon students. From the set. I think that there's ones in the commander set that aren't. 3 mana, 2/4 that enters prepared. And when she enters, you draw 2 and discard 2. So that's great filtering, just like right at the start. Pretty good stat line. And her ability is to make an X green fractal and then buff all fractals. Oh, so you make that many fractals and then you put that many counters on the fractals. So if you spent 3 mana on Oracle's Gift, you'd get 1/1/1. 5 mana, 2/2/2s. 7 mana, 3/3/3s. That seems solid. Reminds me a little bit of that big manifest spell. Valgavoth something. Definitely solid. This is a really good mana sink here. It also hits any pre-existing fractals. Yes, if you have other things making fractals, and there are non-token fractals as well. Seems good. Landscape Painter. Oh, she's cute. 3 mana, 2/1. Vibrant Idea, draw 2 cards. Okay, so that does cost 5, so it does the big Opus spell. This is legit, like, oh, it's a 2/1. Eventually, maybe you can use it to draw 2 cards for 5 mana. Do I think that's terrible? No, but I feel like the 2/1 stat line is going to be kind of bad in this set. A lot of 1/3s, 1/1 tokens. I'm not that big on it. Mana Sculpt. Tamio likes this. Baral loves this. 3 mana to counter a spell. Now, at its very, very base, this is cancel. If you control a wizard, and it has to be specifically creature type wizard, of which there are some in the set. I'm actually going to double check exactly how many. It becomes Mana Drain. Mana Drain that costs 1 more. How I feel about this is so dependent on how many wizards you have for limited, but like at its worst, it is cancel. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to stop your spell and maybe I will get X colorless mana. So set Secrets of Strixhaven type wizard. There are 22 cards in the set that have the creature type wizard. These are those. The rest of the wizards in the set are not technically wizards. They're like bards and shaman or whatever else, clerics. Yes, it's fairer mana drain. Druids, yeah. Mathemagical. You guys like drawing cards? I actually think this card is pretty bad. It is too expensive for the card draw until you get to the point where it's like, well, I don't need that many cards. 4 mana. I guess draw 2. I don't need 2 cards. 2 mana draw 1 is pretty funny. But yeah, it's like they actually put the powers down here. So if you are playing 6 mana, it's draw 4, which that's gonna be when I think like that's where it gets cast for the most. But you could use it if you have enough mana to deck your opponent. Force them to draw 12 cards or something. 16 cards, whatever. For 16 mana, you can draw 128. Yeah, this feels more like a constructed card, where you're occasionally using it to do exactly that. Generate infinite mana, and it gives you a win con. Perpetual Noob, welcome. We're doing our set review. We just started on blue. We're partway through. A Matter-Bending Mage. Wasn't mad at you. I got a 3 mana 2/2. When it enters, it's a jellyfish. Return another creature to its owner's hand. There's a good number of tokens in this, so I think that gets a lot better. If you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, this creature can't be blocked this turn. Nice. Jellyfish with an upside. I'll take it. It's Mana War. Like, these tend to be good and limited. And remember that blink spell in white? Even better. Muse Seeker. I like that art. That's cool looking. 2 mana 1/2. Elf Wizard. When you cast an instant or sorcery, you draw a card. But you have to discard a card, so it turns into like a funky must loot. Unless 5 or more mana was spent to cast the spell. Now, I do think that that isn't bad. But I also think that at 5, even though like 5 hits a lot of the prepare spells, I wish this was a 2/2 or a 1/3. Mandatory loot is not as good as May loot. Yeah, I'm in the middle on it. I like it if it draws me 5. Or if it draws me when you're casting something that costs 5. But the mandatory loot makes me a little more hesitant. Good if you're putting things in the graveyard. There's flashback and red. Yeah. And some in white. Muse's Encouragement. Many Prismari students find their best ideas while under the gaze of the muse. So I guess that's the muse in there. I like that peacock looking thing. Or phoenix peacock. 5 mana instant to make a flyer. And surveil too. So 5 mana flash 3/3 flyer is actually a fairly common stat line and ability. This is kind of the spell version of that. It is bounceable. The Surveil is a nice bonus. I'm iffy about it. The more synergy you have with the token, the better this gets. But a 3/3 at 5 mana is kind of tough. Risa, Tide Choreographer. Doing some Summit time. Summit Fest? Is that... Yeah, Summit Fest partying. She's making big old dancing elemental turtles. 5 mana, 2/2. The spell costs 3 less if the creatures you control have a total toughness 10 or greater. I guess why there's turtles in the art. And draws you 2 cards. Oh, that's great. This is going to be a 2 mana 2/2 that draws 2? If you got enough booty? Yeah, I like that. That's good. It is an uncommon, too. You like it for Hackball? Oh, yeah, it's a merfolk. Definitely want to have the 10 or more toughness, but as somebody who plays Bator decks, like, that's easier to achieve than you'd think. Yeah. Just a big enough board. Have enough 1/1s that'll trigger. Pensive Professor. A 3 mana 0/2 with Increment, which is the spell evolve I mentioned before. And if you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, you draw a card. So this enters if you cast any spell. It can even be a creature spell. It does not need to be an instant or sorcery. Any spell that has a mana value greater than its power or toughness, it'll get a counter. Then you'll draw a card. This seems like a really nice setup. It is slow, but you can play a 1-cost spell after this. And increment, and a 2-cost, 3-cost, 4-cost, and all of them will get you a counter and draw you a card. Yeah, sorry, it's not mana value, it's mana spent, so it works really well with the X-cost spells. Again, slow, but good value and limited. Speaking of X-cost spells, Procrastinate. That was not me in school. I like to get my assignments done right away so I could help my friends with theirs. Tap creature, put twice X stun counters. So you can essentially take a card out of the game if you spend enough mana on this. Just like, hey, yeah. Tap, you're stunned for 10 turns. I like the art, though. None of these projects are due until the end of semester. I've got a whole week left to finish them. Get your goddamn homework done, kid. Quick Study. It's a reprint. It's a nice one. It's instant speed divination. Yay. Yeah, you can stun something so long that they come back next semester. Run behind. They missed the bus. Yeah, the Sky Coach is a new thing being introduced in Secrets of Strixhaven. And it's essentially the outskirt towns around Strixhaven. There are commuters. Guys, there's commuters going to the school. This kid missed the bus, though. Rip. This is 4 mana instant speed, 3 mana if you're targeting an attacking creature to put the creature on the top or bottom of library. Not quite a totally lost. There's a bunch of other cards that do this, but it's just like the top or bottom. I think these are fine. They can be very tricky, but because there's so many creatures that are like 2-for-1s, it can be tough to get like the right targets for it. You think that this kind of looks toothy? It does kind of look toothy. I think it's just the windows on the side. Yeah, like the bounces and things like this, they're all right in this set. Sky Coach Conductor. All aboard. There, you can see this a little bit better here. It's literally all aboard is the name of the spell on it. 3 mana, 2/3 flyer with Flash and Vigilance. Okay, yeah, you could flash this out and kill a thing. Enters prepared. All aboard is exile target non-pilot creature, meaning it can't target itself, and return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Dude, that's sick. That's a 1 mana blink on this creature. So you can be like, they attacked in with something. Flash this in. Blink your thing that was like tapped because it had attacked. It comes back untapped. Block with both. This feels very, very good for limited. It is also a 2/3 vigilant flyer, so you can swing in and still leave it back. Also, it's a cute little owl. Cute. Spellbook Seeker. Yeah, the Owlin are the name of the type of Aven that is on Strixhaven. 4 mana, 3/3. Flyer, enters prepared, and its prepared spell is Careful Study, which is draw 2, discard 2. The fact that this Careful Study does not require you to use a card makes it really nice filtering. It's also a 4 mana, 3/3 flyer, so it's fine. It's a flyer. Flyers can win games. Yes, this could be used to re-prepare another creature that has prepare on enter. Tester of the Tangential. Jin Wizard, who is... What are you staring at, dude? You're inside the library. It's a 2 mana 1/1. It has increment, so it's going to grow as you cast more spells. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can pay X to move X counters from this creature onto another creature. Kinda nice. Lets you re-increment it and buff another creature, say a flyer. A bird. It's like a sextant or something, right? I don't know the name of navigational tools, but it looks like one of those navigational tools. Oh, also it's card number 69 in the set, so can I see a nice in the chat? Nice, 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 nice. Okay, he's just looking through a kaleidoscope. Wait. It's a sextant, and it's on sextant. Is that a sextant? I think that's what those are called. Yeah. Yeah, guys, it's a sextant. I'm looking at a picture right now of what a sextant looks like. Do you think that was on purpose? Or do you think that's just like it happened? It's gotta be a coincidence. Nice dog. Dude, card number 69 has a sextant on it. Nice. My juvenile humor only grows. Well, you know what? I'm allowed to have juvenile humor. In my 30s. It's fine. Textbook Tabulator. It's a frog wizard. 3 mana, 0/3 with increment. Enters and surveil. So starts pretty garbage. Can get kind of big. Wisdom of Ages. Whoa, there's so many fingies. A lot of the archaics have a lot of arms and hands and eyes and everything else. Usually no mouth or to like chew eyes. They have like floaty eyes. It's weird. Wisdom of Ages is a 7 mana sorcery. Returns all instants and sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. No maximum hand size. Exile it. I would never play this. I'd play a Mizzix Mastery, but I wouldn't play this. I think at 7 mana, it should let me, like, cast one of the spells for free or do this at instant speed. Oh, they have mouths but no eyes. That's what it is. Yeah, I know they look very strange on their faces, and they have floating things around them. Yeah, not for me. But I'm sure there are other spell-slingy kind of decks that would want to run it. They have no eyes, but they must see. I'm sure they see something. Adventurous Eater. That's me. I love eating things. Let's have a bite! This is actually just cute. It's a 3 mana, 3/2. Pay 1, put a counter on a creature, gain a life. That's a repartee spell. And it's also our first spell in black. Let's do a couple more spells in black, like Arcane Omens. Oh, I should also mention Witherbloom. That is the green-black. So we've seen some of the black-white stuff. green-black is all about life gain in this set. And the life gain in this set is actually kind of cracked. Like, they got another Soul Sister in this. There's really good life gain stuff. Who is revving outside? You're sad this card doesn't make food? I don't know if there's any food tokens in the set. Arcane Omens. Crazy looking. 5 mana sorcery. Oh, yeah, there's also Converge. I don't know why. Converge is associated with the Archaics in this set. Target player discards X spells, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. I'm probably running 3 colors in my limited deck. I'm not running this. This is bad. Yeah, you could hear the revving through the stream. It was a very, very... Yeah, I don't think as far as Converge cards go, the baseline is good enough on this. And I think it's just too slow. When you get to 5 mana, you don't want to make your opponent discard. I guess if you're running 5-color pile, discard 5. Your opponent might be empty-handed at that point, though. Didn't have to be 5 mana, just go. I feel like if this were a 3 or 4 mana spell and it had Converge, it would be pretty good. Arnon Deathbloom Botanist. This is going to cause a lot of games to end. It's a Blood Artist, kinda. 3 mana, 2/2, Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control with a power or toughness 1 or less dies, including like tokens, target opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. Yeah, now you're thinking, power toughness 1 or less, that's not very good. There are so many things that have a power toughness 1 or less, including tokens. We have the pest tokens, we have the inkling tokens, and the 1/1s. It's a very picky Blood Artist. Also, I feel like the floor of 3 mana 2/2 with Death Touch is not bad. Just saying. Yeah, she can hang out with Cauldron Familiar. How well do I think this will actually play in Limited is going to be super dependent, but even triggering it once is a 4 mana life point swing. And that's big. I also want to say that there's something that gives like -X in this set. If you were to wipe your own board with like a Toxic Deluge, Arnon would see all those. Bulrog Banemaker. Look, 1 mana 1/1s. And this one's even got Death Touch, just like you. Oh, it has a fire breathing ability. Also, this is so cute. Heron's poisonous skin would have made them a pariah, but in Witherbloom, they're one of the most popular students on campus because they're a poisonous frog. You're like, this with Maha? It's only creatures you control. There's a -2 board wipe, Dismember, and Locust Barrel on the archives. Oh, cool. So you could accidentally trigger your opponent's one if you, like, use Dismember. A cheerful Osteomancer. Oh, she's so happy doing bone magic. This is a 5 mana overall, but it's a 4 mana 4/2, where you can pay 1 to raise dead. That's fine. It's one of those, like, Raise Dead, I pretty much never like casting on its own. Things that are like Waltz that bring back 2, I like a little bit more. Has a 4 mana 4/2. I hate that stat line though. So it's really all about the Raise Dead. I wouldn't want to cast this unless I can guarantee getting the Raise Dead. And it trades into like the 2/2s in the set. Digging old bones. Yeah, it's a common and it feels like a common. And Repartee does not care about you targeting things in your graveyard, because those are not creatures, they're creature cards. Cost of Brilliance. A 3 mana sorcery. Target player, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. Nice, so it triggers Repartee, gives you some card advantage, or if it's the end of the game and your opponent only has 2 life left, die. Not bad and limited. These black draw spells tend to be okay, and I like that it has the extra buff a creature on it. Decorum Dissertation. Speaking of which, this is a very similar spell. Target player draws 2 cards, loses 2 life. It has Paradigm. How much life are you willing to lose before you start redirecting this? It is a May ability, so you don't have to cast it. It's the Paradigm spell in black. But like, but I want to. But like, I want to cast it over and over again because it casts for free on the next turn, right? Like, that's fun. It does cost 5 mana. But as I said, black-green is the life gain colors, which means you might be able to just pay it off with a little bit of life gain. If you spent 5 mana on this, you're going to play it over and over until you die. For real, for real, for real. Yeah, I think I would actually stay away from this unless I'm playing a lot of life gain stuff. Something like this, like run it off once, that's fine. This is like, all right, I want it to trigger at least twice, but I don't want to die to it. Dissection practice. Oh, Enid, you seem to not enjoy cutting into this beastie. That's this one, yeah. She regrets choosing Witherbloom over her inter-college elective. 1 mana instant. Target opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. Creature gets +1/+1. Other creature, -1/-1. Wait, that's actually a lot. I feel like this could have been a 2 mana spell. We've seen similar ones at 2 mana. No, I like this. I think this is actually like a very good combat trick. It triggers repartee, and the fact that it always does the gain and drain is really nice. Like, that seems really solid to me for limited. Because it's, hey, your attacker got smaller, mine got bigger, also I gain life and you lose life. The things that care about gaining life are going to trigger. Yeah, that's nice. It's super skullduggery. Yeah, this is super skullduggery. Whoa! It's an emeritus of woe. 4 mana, 5/4 with Demonic Tutor as its prepared spell, and it enters prepared. Allows you to search for the best card in your deck, or just the situationally best card in your deck, and put it into your hand. And at the beginning of your end step, it can re-prepare itself if 2 or more creatures died. Ooh, So searching for removal gets even better then, too. Or just sacrificing your own things. Makes it really rough if your opponent blocks, and it's a 4 mana 5/4. So it's like 6 mana, get a 5/4, get to search your deck. This is really good. Everything about this to me says this is solid on all sides. Is it like constructed playable solid? Probably not. Standard's crazy high power level. But that's good. Yeah, I'd put that in some brawl decks. Put it in like a Sephiroth or something where you're killing things every single turn. I'll take a tutor every turn. And she's a cutie. And she's like a goth mommy. Hello, yes. End of the hunt. You have one of the mage seekers here, or mage hunters. 2 mana sorcery. Target opponent exiles a creature or planeswalker they control with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. Wow. Okay, so this was previously like a 3 mana ability that was at instant speed. Putting it at 2 mana, making it sorcery speed, sounds pretty damn good. Won't get rid of those big tokens. But I like that it hits planeswalkers. I like that it hits the biggest thing. Yeah, not bad. You think the art in this set is refreshing? I think some of the art in this set's actually like kind of too colorful and goofy. But it's fine. Like, it's Strixhaven. They're kids. They're college students. Eternal Student. A 4 mana 4/2 that you can exile from your graveyard to make some inklings. Not bad. Lets you reuse it later. Again, that 4 mana 4/2 stat line I don't love. I think that it's a little better with this ability on it, since making those flyers later. Or if you just discard this, mill this, get it somehow in your graveyard, have it leave. It's also synergy with the Lorehold stuff. But I think that 2 mana make 2 1/1 flyers, that's pretty solid. Like, get your spirits, except they're inklings. Not bad, not crazy good. Very much designed to trade into things. I think the art on this card is very cute. And I think the flavor text is funny of... She was entering her 50th year of graduate study with no signs of stopping. Cheap grad school labor. That's what she is. She's a zombie. Foolish Fate. Okay, listen. Moseodine the Vein, who you're gonna see later, is a skeleton bird who's just like, listen, I thought I didn't need to teach you, don't go into the giant crocodile's mouth. And here the student is going into the giant crocodile mouth. This is 3 mana, destroy target creature. Murder ++, because it only has 1 black. And if you gain life this turn, the creature's controller loses 3 life. Nice. It has burn built in. And trust me when I say it is easy to lose life, or easy to gain life, which means it's going to be easy to make your opponent lose life. This is a really, really, really good removal spell. The other removal spells we've seen are like, This is instant speed. It can drain. It's easy to cast. You could even have it on a splash. Forum Necroscribe. These are more humanoid inklings. Is this troll like sitting in a pool? Or just all the trolls have really, really short legs on Arcavios? 6 mana, 5/4 with Ward. Discard a card and repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, blah, blah, blah. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield on an uncommon? Scraps, you seeing this? My cat just stopped by. 6 mana, 5/4. Sure. A ward, your opponents aren't going to want to touch it. Cast any instant or sorcery targeting any creature, so you could cast a kill spell. Reanimate? Not even bring it back tapped. That's one hell of an uncommon, damn. I could see putting this into certain commander decks. Yeah, it's like, I'm thinking of like the Auric guy, Extus, and how he was like, oh, Magecraft, bring a creature back into your hand. And then this one's just like, actually, just put it into play. It's not once a turn. Yeah, it triggers off removal. Like, this triggers repartee. All right, cool. Yes, it is 6 mana, but in limited, like, oh no, 6 mana. Like, we'll get there. Honey, you want to come up? Gaps is like, yay, set review. Hi guys, did you see any cats? There were lots of cats in white. And it has a very solid ward cost. Ward discard, people do not want to pay. This is a really sick uncommon. I love the design. What a good cat. Grave Researcher. Okay, but like if this reanimation was too much for you, how about like actually casting just the literal card Reanimate? The Grave Researcher is not part of the Emeritus cycle. This is just a Troll Warlock. It's a 3 mana 3/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil, so set up your graveyard. Then if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, this creature becomes prepared. Can't cast it the turn it comes out, but any other turn, you get to cast actual factual Reanimate, which is 1 mana. Return a creature from either player's graveyard, so you don't need to change the number of creatures in your graveyard in order to use this. Moves life equal to that card's mana value. Who cares? Black, green are the life gain colors. Reanimate does not trigger repartee, because it is casting a spell targeting a creature card, not a creature. Last Gasp. -3/-3 until end of turn. That is fine. Instant speed removal. If you have that uncommon legend we saw before. I guess that's only for your stuff dying. Still not bad. Like, it's Last Gasp. It's a reprint. Scraps, do you like these cards? She's so cute. She's like, I need treats. No. I'll give you treats, you brat. Lecturing Scorn Mage. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? It's a 1 mana 1/1 with repartee. Put a +1/+1 counter. That's not bad. That'll grow over time. Yeah, I'd play that on turn 1. Scraps is just like looking down at my hand like, why are you touching the keyboard? I need to touch the keyboard to move this. Leech Collector. Look what I've got. A leech. Yeah, you do. 1 mana. Sorry, 2 mana 2/2. If you gain life for the first time in a turn, it becomes prepared. So you can't do this multiple times in a turn, but you can do it, like, you can have it become prepared on your opponent's turn if it is not prepared. Its spell is just bloodletting. Each opponent loses 2 life. That seems really fun for me for limited. Again, we're gonna get to, especially in the multicolored cards, so many ways to gain life. There are so many triggers. That thing from before is like, that was pretty good. That doesn't trigger repartee or anything, but I'll deal 2 damage to my opponents. It doesn't have an infinite combo because it's only the first time each turn, but that still can get you good value. Yeah, I think that her spell, Bloodletting, is her just throwing that jar of leeches at someone, which, good for her. Alright, Scraps, let's get you a little kib. While we read, Masterful Flourish. Target creature you control gets +1/+0, indestructible until end of turn. Gosh, she's so cute. Hold your applause, I'm not finished yet. As far as the combat tricks go, it's fine. It's whatever. It protects things. If I had, like, bomb rares that didn't have any built-in ward, this gets better. Hey, you want something cheap to trigger that repartee from before? This works, and it protects it. Melancholic Poet. Oh, woe is me, for I am a college student, and I have dramatic teenage sadness. It's a 2-mana elf bard. If you cast an instant or sorcery targeting a creature, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. That's a very solid common. It just kind of makes your stuff deal a little bit more. Hey, did you cast most instants or sorceries that are not just pure card draw? Great. Great. That's life gained and drained. I think that's really good. Some good drain. Absolutely. No licking me. Now this card I think is nuts. Mostly because bird. This is going to be the first card we've seen that makes the new pest tokens. Remember how I said the gaining life can be easy? It's because in part of the pest tokens. Yeah, hi honey. It's a 3-mana 2/1 flyer. Comes with a 1/1 pest. And yes, this cool bird guy is new for this set. This character design is kind of peak. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card with a mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. Gonna be a really fun mono black life gain reanimator build. Okay, honey. But if you have cheap creatures to reanimate, it shouldn't be too hard to bring them back, especially if they're cheap creatures with, say, lifelink. You could have them die and bring them back on the same turn. Scraps, please stop. You're so cute, though. Never stop. Yes, these are different from the old Strixhaven pests. They gain life on attack, not when they die. Yeah, the squeaking is the me having to move the mic, the mic arm again. Yes, Scraps, you're so cute. Yeah, good kitty cat. Poisoner's Apprentice. What are they doing in Witherbloom? Why are you learning how to poison people? That doesn't seem good for society. Does this taste like hemlock to you? She asks, poisoning you. Don't trust Witherbloom students. I got Witherbloom in the student test thing. Don't worry about it. When this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -4/-4 until end of turn if you gained life this turn. This is so good because it's easy to trigger, and it's like a 3-mana Chupacabra if you get that trigger. That's so good. Scraps, do you like it? Oh, honey, please don't put your butt on the keyboard. Here, I'll move that over, and now we're good. She's so cute. Postmortem Professor. Another zombie who's teaching at the school. A 2-mana zombie warlock, cannot block. Very zombie of him. Whenever it attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain a life. And you can exile an instant or sorcery from your graveyard, return it to play. Okay, that's double triggers because you exile things to remove them, and then this returns for things leaving the graveyard. If you have things that care about things leaving the graveyard, it cares about the life gain. It is a rare, and I don't think I would pick this, like, super crazy high, but it does still seem good. If you're ahead, it'll get you even more ahead. Steps, what are you doing? Hawk's Plague. Oh, that's hard to cast. Don't play this unlimited, chat. It's a turn 5 win with a Bloodletter Accolzots? Huh? It would deal 6 total damage with it. I don't know if you're seeing something I don't see. Or do you mean this? Pox Plague. Oh, Pox Plague is. Okay, that would make sense. Because you double life loss. Each player loses half their life. Anything that says each player loses half their life with Accolzots, because a Bloodletter of Accolzots, because it doubles life loss during your turn, will kill them. Because I think it rounds... That one rounds up, but this one rounds down, so I don't know. You lose half your life, you discard half the cards, sacrifice half the permanents. Yeah, I wouldn't play this in limited. It's, This is a constructed card. Where do you play it in constructed? I don't fully know. Maybe when you have, like, a very value-generating card like Liliana as your commander. Turgid. Yeah. It would have to be at an even life total for this to be a combo kill. Okay, that makes sense. Because it says round down on this. If your opponent has one card in hand, they don't discard. It's fine. It costs 5 black mana. And it's symmetrical. Pull from the grave. Oh my god. Okay, so in this art, I think Dina is reanimating a student? How did a student die? What are y'all doing on those field trips? A little bruised, a little broken, but at least no longer dead. 3 mana, return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, gain 2 life. I like the version of this in Final Fantasy that was at instant speed. I'm not that big on this one. We saw this. I wonder what the timeline is like for reanimating. Maybe it's the student who fell into the alligator maw? Yeah, maybe. Rabid Attack. I like that it's not the students and the bear that is also a student that are rabid. It's the scurrids, which are the squirrels. I mean, rabies is no joke. Rabies will kill you. Don't mess with rabies, chat. Until end of turn, any number of target creatures you control get +1/+0, and when this creature dies, draw a card. Oh, that's kind of fun. I guess it's good if you have a ton of tokens, too. Oh, speaking of killing students, hey, Rawls Eric, guest lecturer, who kills 2 students in the short story, or I should say, most likely killed 2 students. He set them up to die. It's a planeswalker, and it's Rawl, and he's in the wrong colors. Somebody had said, this is Rawl if he were straight, and yeah. He's awful. I don't mean the card strength-wise is awful. I mean, like, him as a person. He's in the wrong colors. And if you look, there's actually a watermark on here that is not familiar. And in the reveal stream, they said that might come up later. Okay. How is this card? So this starts at 3 loyalty. It has a plus that surveils, a minus to discard, but it's you can just target your opponent, a -2 to reanimate small things, and a -7 that can make your opponent miss a bunch of their turns. This card I don't think is that great for constructed. I think that the plus ability isn't doing that much to protect them. In limited, however, this is the worst, I feel, of the 2 planeswalkers. We're going to see the other one, Fel, who is in Witherbloom colors, black-green. I think that this one is hard enough to get rid of, and can protect itself on that -2 the turn it comes down, that it's still going to be a problem. There are a couple black spells that are not rare that can get rid of a planeswalker. But otherwise, you need to attack it. There's not that much direct damage. There's not that many things that say creature or planeswalker. Yeah, I still do think that it's good for limited. Takes 5 turns to ult. You do not need the ult. This is part of what makes planeswalkers so good, is that people have to deal with them. It's not the hugest threat, but it is damage you have to direct to this idiot, 4 at minimum, to do anything. This is one of those things where it's like, this is why I hate planeswalkers. Is this one crazy strong? No. Is it still really annoying? Yes. It's 3 mana. You could play this before your opponent has played anything in a game of limited. Cybershare! Hey! Thank you so much for the 18 months!
Loving your contributions to entertainment. Also, F this guy Ral.
Yeah! This is the roll that says F those kids. Yeah, like, it's no Liliana of the Veil, but even if you just, like, play this and -1, -1, and then -1 again, like, make your opponent discard 3 cards is pretty annoying. So yes, not busted, still very annoying because there's very little direct planeswalker removal in the set. Scathing Shadelock, the other planeswalker, you're not going to see it when I'm recording this one, you'll see it tomorrow, is way more annoying. It's freaking unkillable. Scathing Shadelock is a 5 mana 4/6 snake. At the beginning of your first main phase, it becomes prepared, so this can prepare itself each turn, and its prepared spell is a great way to trigger repartee. This is a solid uncommon. Target creature gets +2/+0 and death touch until end of turn. It's at sorcery speed, but that still gets you an attack in. Put this on a pest because nobody will want to trade with it. You're going to be gaining life, enabling things, triggering your repartee. I think that this is a pretty solid card because it has this repeatable repartee. You want to see what this guy's Tomic looks like? I don't think this Rawl has a Tomic. So this Tomic is specifically said to be from Orzhov, like the Orzhov guild on Ravnica, as opposed to Rawl Zarek, who's normally Izzet. He's a guest lecturer coming over from some version of Ravnica. Might be an alternate universe. I don't know. We also saw White Liliana in the story. I think this Rawl doesn't have a wife. I think he's like twice divorced. I think he is like his own divorce lawyer. Maybe he just has an Izzet ex-husband? Maybe. Rawl, what are you doing with your hands? He had straps in the art that this is like parodying. Here, let me bring that up so you guys can see what this is supposed to be drawing from. But here it's just like under these tassels, so it just kind of looks like he's grabbing his chest. Yeah, Rawl Zarek. Oh. So this is where the pose is being taken from. But like he's got the straps holding this thing on his back that he's kind of like thumbing. Like in this, you don't have anything on your back, man. You're just grabbing yourself. There we go, Scheming Silvertongue. A vampire warlock, a 2-mana 1/3 flying lifelinker that casts Sign in Blood. Hey, there's a spell we all know and love. At the beginning of your second main phase, if you gained 2 or more life this turn, it becomes prepared. Oh, that's funny. If you gain 2 life, and notably, it has lifelink, so if you put a +1/+1 counter on it, you can easily gain you the 2 life. You get sign-in blood. I like this. Do I think it's crazy? No, but I think it's generically good and limited because it's also a 1-mana 1/3 flying lifelinker. And it will get you card draw unless somebody kills it. Yeah, not bad. Another pretty vampire lady. Not bad. Send in the pest. Yeah. Dara couldn't cover her silver quill bullies in ink, but she could do the next best thing, which is to say, send in a little chungish malungish to chew on their homework. Each creature, oh, so here we go. Each opponent discards a card. You make a pest token. Nice. This is this set's version of Burglar Rat. But I think it's really good because it helps enable life gain. You can sacrifice the pest. You can just swing it in. I like it. I think it's good. A Sneering Shade Writer. A 5-mana 3/3 flyer. When it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. You know, these cards, like this exact kind of card, in so many different limited sets is like, it's kind of boring, but it triggers the life gain stuff. And it, like, these will just end games sometimes. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. It's just like a common to put near the top of your curve. And especially if you have things that are like, I need to gain life to trigger it. Yeah, it's gonna get some damage through. Tragedy Feaster, a 4-mana 7/6. So if you're thinking that's a crazy stat line, this is a continuation of the demons from the first Strixhaven set, which have super huge stat lines and a downside. This is a 7/6 with trample. It has ward, discard a card, but at the beginning of your end step, you have to sacrifice a permanent unless you gained life this turn. And notably, it does not have any life gain built into it. So you better have repeatable life gain or things you're willing to sacrifice if you're playing this card. Yeah, they're the big demons. They're really fun with like Gitrog, Ravenous Ride. It's just like yum yum yum, eat them up. Or Zuifit, Osteomancer. The thing that reanimates just the stat lines. Yeah, you can sacrifice a land. Who cares? If you have a 7/6 with trample, it's gonna kill your opponent. Worth it. Ulna Alley Shopkeep. A Garblin Warlock. She's giving you potions. This is a 3-mana 2/3 with Menace that if you gained life, and there's a bunch of things that will gain life like on attack, it's +2/+0. Nice. Sometimes a 4/3. I would not like pick this too heavily, but I don't think it's bad. It's just a little menace guy. Sometimes it's going to be pretty strong. Wander Off. Cool art. This is Elliot Lang. Nice. I like the colors. 4-mana instant exile target creature. Well, well, well. That's some good removal. Because it exiles. Ain't coming back. It's a common. Yeah, not bad. It's 4-mana instant. It exiles a creature. I like the other kill spell more, the destroy one, even though there are some things that come back from graveyard. But that's just because that one also has the like life attack. It costs 1 less. There is some great removal in black. And black-green you're going to see later. Oh my god. The black-green spells are so good in this set. Withering Curse is a 3-mana board wipe. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. Unless you gained life. In which case, destroy all creatures instead. A little tricky to play in limited. Still very playable in limited. Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-mana board wipe that requires you to have gained life, but he's been just like, hey, yeah, all creatures get -2/-2. Your stuff dies. Maybe I have 1 or 2 creatures survive. Like, that effect is sometimes playable and limited anyway. But it's pretty good. Oh, also, Lumerets. This is so strange. These creatures you see here, they're people? They're sapient. which makes it really weird that the short video we got for Secrets of Strixhaven has Professor Fell having them capture one and force it to vomit onto his sandwich so he can eat it. Yeah, they have like language and maps and navigation. It's really, really weird that the story has them that way, and yet the short has, I don't know, little guy torment. The torment of little guys. Ancestral Anger. This is a great targeting spell. Ancestral Anger is give a thing trample. Give it +1/+0 or more if you have multiple copies of Ancestral Anger. Draw a card. This is just like a really nice cantripping spell. You'll see it sometimes in Storm decks. And I think in this set, it's even nicer. You have these cards that are, you know, filling up your graveyard or care about things in graveyard. So maybe you have multiple copies. You have things that care about targeting. I feel like the targeting cantrips are really nice in this set. And trample just gets damage through. Yeah, classic and Zada. Archaic's Agony. Oh yeah, and like in general, it's just kind of like a flexible spot in a draft. Like if you get 3 of these though, it feels so good. Like I got +2/+0 this time. At worst though, it's just cantripping. Does require there to be a creature in play. Hi Scraps. Scraps, do you want to come up again? No, she's so funny. Archaic's Agony. Oh no, this Archaic's having a bad time. This is a 5-mana sorcery with Converge because it has to do with the Archaics. Deals X damage to target creature where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast the spell. Exile cards from the top of your library equal to the excess damage dealt to that creature this way. You may play those cards until the end of your next turn. My opinion of this card is that it is terrible. Even if you were in 5 colors, which, sure, whatever, casting this for 5 different colors of mana, you'd have to deal excess damage to get any sort of card draw. I don't think that the Converge is good on this card. I feel like if it was X damage +2, okay, I could play that in a 3-color deck, maybe a 2-color deck. Make it instant speed or something. It's bad. It's so bad. And yes, there is good fixing in this set, but not good enough to justify that. Artistic Process. Oh, why I oughta pet this cute little elemental. Look at how cute this thing is. It's a 5-mana sorcery that either deals 6 damage to a target creature, 2 damage to each creature you don't control, or makes an elemental. It's a big opus spell. It costs 5 mana, and the flexibility of the spell is what makes it good. I think that if this spell was just like one of these and didn't give you choice, it would be so bad. But this is really a, hey, do you need a flying creature? Good. It even gives it haste. Do you need a mini board wipe for your opponent's stuff? Great, it does that. Do you need just removal for one big thing? It does that. Which I think makes it a pretty solid card to play in Limited. Now, I feel the Opus triggers, the Prismari ability in this set, hasn't been wowing me so far. But if it has a good trigger, if you have things that have good triggers, it can get a lot better. A Blazing Fire Singer. You'll actually see one, a very cool one in red, which casts Seething Song. On turn 3, you play this. On turn 4, you spend 3 mana to get 5 mana. That's net 2 extra mana, and then you ramp into something big and stupid. It also counts as like casting extra spells. I think Fire Singer is a fine curve filler. If it had bad stats, I wouldn't feel that way, but it's a 3 mana 2/3. It's fine. Charging Strife Knight. Giddy up, it's a Spear Knight. It's a 3 mana 3/3 with haste. Okay, that'll hit people in the face. It also has a rummage ability to discard and draw. Fill up the graveyard, get the good stuff. Choreographed Sparks. Aww. One of you is on fire. This is a uncopyable spell that has choose one or both. Copy target instant or sorcery you control. You can choose new targets for the copy. Copy target creature spell you control. The copy gains haste, but goes away at the end of turn. I wish these weren't just spells you control. I don't think this is terrible and limited, since there are big spells you might want to copy. But it's so hard to be casting a big spell and have 2 extra mana up. Yeah, I'm in the middle on it. I wouldn't pick it super highly, but I do think that there's good spells you can combine this with. Duel Tactics. The tactic of light the other guy's hand on fire. That is genuinely what it is. Deals 1 damage to target creature. It can't block this turn, has flashback. It's a targeting spell. You can cast it twice. Is it crazy strong? No. I wish it were instant speed, but I totally get why it's not. It can clear out things with 1 toughness, too. But I don't love this. The thing I like the most about it is probably that it has flashback. Emeritus of Conflict. This is the red Emeritus, and it casts, yes, iconic red spell, Lightning Bolt, but it doesn't enter prepared. It's kind of hard to prepare it, actually. It gets a little easier because of the prepared spells in the set, but it's a 2-mana 2/2 with First Strike, so at its base, not bad. Whenever you cast your 3rd spell each turn, it becomes prepared. So you'd have to cast, say, this, another spell, and then maybe that spell you cast is a creature that also has a 1-mana prepared spell, and you use that. Okay, cool. That's 3 spells, but that's a lot. But yeah, then you do get Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt's good. Expressive Fire Dancer, 2-mana 2/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So it has not quite prowess because it's only for instants and sorceries. And it gets double strike if you cast it for 5 or more mana. A lot of 5 or more mana spells are X-cost spells or they're sorcery speed, so this isn't going to be a huge trick. This could get a lot of damage, but it's very much just like the most basic of Opus abilities. Would the bolt count to prepare it again? If it was prepared and then on the next turn you cast Lightning Bolt and 2 other spells, yes, it would count. Yeah, ideally Bolt is the 3rd spell because then you just re-prepare it and you can do 6. Now, sometimes there are cards that do exactly what they say. Flashback is one of those cards. Flashback is a 1-mana instant that target instant or sorcery in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. It's like that little wizard boy. Does the same thing, except instead of getting a 2/1, it's just an instant. So it's good for spell slinging. Yeah, flashback. I kind of wish this card had flashback. That would be funny. If you have other good spells in your deck, sure. Like, flashback's a way to recur a spell at instant speed. But it has to be like an instant if you're doing it at instant speed. Yeah, I'm in the middle about it for limited. Like, it brings back your best spell. But I think your best spell is, like, that's going to be a thing in mostly black from what I've seen. And red-black isn't one of the true color combinations, so you have to be, like, straddling 3 schools for it. Garrison Excavator. But I do think that, like, this is the right price of 1 mana. That's why I do like it. I think at 1 mana, it's like, yeah, if I have good spells to recur, it goes in the deck, but I'm not going to pick it crazy high. Garrison Excavator. A 4 mana 3/4 with Menace. Ooh, whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 red and white creature token. So many good ways to trigger this. Lots of abilities trigger it. And there are some things that are like, remove a card from your graveyard to remove another card from your graveyard, which would be 2 separate triggers, because they would be like one triggering the other. I think that this is solid. And also, it's got Menace, so at its base, it's not terrible. This guy, he makes a token. He crafts with pride. He enters prepared, and that means you can pay 1 more mana to make a treasure token. Very basic spell, practically an ability, but I mean, yeah, I'll spend 1 mana to bank 1 mana for the future. It's a common, and it seems totally fine for me, especially if you have big, high-cost spells that you need to save up for. Heated Argument, I believe this is a reprint, but it's got the story spotlight of... This is going to sound so stupid because it is so stupid. Jace did something to Chandra's mind. Whatever he did to Chandra's mind has her convinced that she has seen something that she needs to stop. And she will stop it by killing an archaic. But Jace is the one who made her think that, so I'm pretty sure that she is just playing into Jace's hand, and none of it really makes any sense. Anyway, Johnny is like, Chandra, please stop. Chandra, please stop. Chandra, please stop. And she's like lighting him on fire, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna have to start hurting you because you are lighting me on fire. My flesh is all burned up, man. Yeah, Chandra saw Jace's unstoppable plan, but like, he showed her that pretty much. Girl, you're being manipulated. Jace is just always out here mansplaining and manipulating. Yeah. It's also fine removal. It's instant speed removal, and it gives you a way to take things out of your graveyard to deal additional damage. Jace is doing Jace things. Jace is doing Jace things. Jace is so stupid. This card's fine for limited. It's what you expect for like high cost common red removal. Yeah. Jace very much mansplains and manipulates in the story. You think that there's an archaic in the back that's like shouting? Oh, that is an archaic that's going through like a temporal destabilization. Like that's what's happening, and it's like freaking out. And as I said before, the archaics are the oracles from the past. So it's like an extra large archaic. Impractical joke. Which I suppose the impractical joke here is summoning a deadly spirit to kill your friends. It's a 1 mana sorcery. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Deals 3 damage to up to one target creature, planeswalker. Very, very solid uncommon removal in red. It is another one of those like sorcery speed bolts. The fact that it can hit planeswalkers is great, and damage can't be prevented this turn. I'm not sure how many things that interacts with in the set, but that's still really, really nice. Do I think it makes story sense for Jace to die? I mean, whatever's happening in Reality Fracture, Fractured Reality, if it doesn't kill Jace, I'll be kind of sad. I wanted Jace to die, you know, already. And he's clearly not dead. I just wanted more planeswalkers to die in the Phyrexian invasion. Like, they got Phyrexianized and, like, 1 of them died. 2, kinda. It's like Luca and Tamio. Not enough. The point is not enough. Yeah, Bolus will be like, hey man, what's going on? Whoop, I stepped on this guy. Yeah. Where's Garruk? He doesn't kill planeswalkers anymore. He got freed of the Cursed by Magic Juju from the War of the Spark novel. No, wait. From the Eldraine novel. Garruk fell into a river and touched the Cauldron of Eternity or whatever the heck it's called, Big Soup. And Big Soup cured him of his illness, of his curse. I think that's what happened. Soup cures all of us. Improvisation Capstone. This isn't the Paradigm card in red. Exile cards from the top of your library until you exile cards with a total mana value 4 or greater. So if you hit, say, a 3-drop card and then a 7-drop card, 10 total mana value, it would still see both of those. You may cast any number of spells from among them without paying their cost. Now, any lands exiled this way are gone forever. Any spells exiled this way, you can cast right at that moment. Otherwise, they're just gone for good. Still really fun way to just cast lots of spells. It is 7 mana to cast this the first time. Will people still do this in Limited? Absolutely. I think it's kind of fun. It's very much like a roulette sort of card. Does something kind of fun right when it happens. Living History. When this enters, make a spirit token, and when you attack, if a card left your graveyard, an attacking creature gets +2/+0. Not bad. It is an enchantment and not an instant or sorcery, though, which has less synergy in the set. A Maelstrom Artisan is a Minotaur sorcerer. Minotaur guy. Oh, Minotaur guy. We have a boy for you. And it's land destruction. And limited. This is a 3-mana hasty bull that enters prepared. You spend 2 more mana and you can destroy a target non-basic land. Seems pretty good. If you blink it, it will be prepared again. Yeah, what's up, didgeridudes? I think this is fine and limited. There are a good number of non-basic lands that people will be using to do fixing in the set. And at its worst, it's still a 3-mana 3/2 with haste. Magma Blood. Archaic. Again, converge. Trample. Reach. But if you cast this for red, it is a 3/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0 for each colored mana spent to cast that spell. That's a pretty nice ability. The more colors you're in, the better. Let's say you cast this for red, blue, red, because you're in Prismari colors. It enters as a 4/4. It costs 4 mana though, so very much scales, and you don't really ever want to be casting it without, you know, intent. But it's fine on its own. You almost never cast it for red anyway. But like, it costs more mana the more colors you use because of that. And not bad. I do like that that like board buff on it for casting instants or sorceries. Yeah, in limited, I think this is going to be a 4/4 most often. A 4-mana 4/4 with Trample and Reach. Which is kind of tough as a rare, but then the ability on it is nice. Because it's hard to get 3 of 1 color early on in a game. If you are in 3 colors, you could go red, green, black. Yeah. And then it would be a 4-mana 5/5. But again, like, if it's like the first Strixhaven, and I'm pretty sure it's similar, you will often be 3 colors, 2 that are a school, and then a 3rd splashed in. Micah, Reader of Ruins. There's so many buff dudes in Lorehold. And like, Kirill got swole between last set and this set too. Four mana, 4/4 with Ward, pay 3 life. Okay, that's an uncommon with a lot of stuff going on. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may sacrifice an artifact. I mean, we saw like one guy that makes treasures. If you do, you can copy the spell and choose new targets for the copy. That's kind of fun. It feels more like a build around, and it will very, very rarely do things in limited unless there's a bunch of artifacts I don't know about, which we'll get to those last. Again, we haven't seen many treasure makers. We've seen like 1. Yeah, I mean, at its base though, 4 mana, 4/4, the Ward. Not terrible. Molten Core Maestro. Now, there's some cool stuff you can do with this card. This is a 2/2 with Menace. Whenever you cast any instant or sorcery, it is a +1/+1 counter. So that's great. That's, you know, it's like the weird, and it's got Menace, so it's got evasion. This is very, very good for limited. And also, if you spend 5 or more mana on those spells, you also get a refund equal to this guy's power in red mana. You could use this to chain together so many red spells. And I feel like this is really good for limited. A growing threat that you can play early, that gets you more mana. It looks like a troll doll. Yeah. So originally, the only goblin we saw from Arcavios was the goblin on Reject, which is kind of like a little duncy looking goblin. Let me see if I can bring that up. Then we saw Sonar later, and I think that it was a matter of they wanted to make the goblins a little bit less stupid for the set. But, like, I don't know. You introduce this as a goblin, and then you're like, actually, this is how goblins look like now on our plane. And it's like, so is this guy just like, is he sick? Yeah, this fits the Prismari style a lot more. But yes, they pretty much, I think, just redid the goblins from the plane. Now they got these big old cuppy ears. They got the big troll doll hair. But yeah, I think this is a very good card. With that guy from a different plane? No, because this is... The first Strixhaven set was before we had Omen Paths. Pigment Wrangler. She's so pretty. She's so happy. She's on a big old spirity dragon, or elemental dragon. 5 mana, 4/4 flyer that enters prepared. Oh, that's a big flyer. Striking Palette. When you next cast an instant or sorcery this turn, you can copy it. That seems really solid. Now, it only gives you this copy once, but at just 1 mana to prepare it, or like, not to prepare, but like to cast this prepared spell, you play this. It's a big threat. Next turn, Striking Palette. Good instant or sorcery. Make a good splash. Yeah, seems like a nice uncommon. Rearing Embermane. That's a skinny looking horse beast. What makes it a horse beast? Eating all those books. 5 mana, 4/5 with reach and haste. No, I'm not actually that big on this. But it is a funny horse. Rubble Rouser. Rousing that rubble. Digging up those tomes. 3 mana, 1/4 dwarf sorcerer. When this creature enters, you may discard a card, and if you do, draw a card. Okay, so it enters and loots, or sorry, rummages. You can exile cards from your graveyard to add red, so it's also a mana dork. When you do, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. It's like a 3 mana dork that burns your opponent, but requires you to have things in your graveyard, but triggers the things that care about things leaving your graveyard. I don't think it's bad. I feel like it self-enables, it helps with the expensive spells, and it triggers their lower hold stuff. Seize the Spoils. This is a reprint. Seize the Spoils is discard a card to draw 2, make a treasure. Not bad, fills up the graveyard for lower hold, and, you know, it's a spell. Filters. And it's got this lion celebrating her dub. This Prismari lion. Yeah, they got a lot of creatures in their, like, secondary and tertiary colors being depicted here. Like, yeah, some Leonin are in red, but they aren't usually red-blue. And this is a very red-blue Leonin. Oh, she's having such a good time, though. She got the Grand Muse trophy. Wow, congratulations. Steal the Show. This is a 3 mana sorcery. Target player discards any number of cards, then draws that many cards. Deals damage equal to the number of instants and sorceries in your graveyard to a creature or planeswalker. Filters and is okay removal. The first part happens before the second part if you choose both, which means that you can set it up to be removal and filtering. Very specific usage. This is not the kind of card that I enjoy playing very much, but I'm sure some people make very, very good use of this. You can target your opponent with it, but you wouldn't. Because it's any number. You wouldn't want your opponent to get to filter their hand. Yeah, I wouldn't want to see this as a pack 1 rare. Like, I would be like, oh, great, steal the show. Who's this orc? 3 mana, 3/2 with Ward, pay 2 life, enters prepared, and its ability is Awaken the Ages. 5 mana, make 2 spirits. 2/2/2 spirits. That's a lot of tutus. This kind of reminds me of like the 2-drop we saw in blue that draws the cards later. But this one has better baseline stats. It's fine. And I like that it has the mana sink later to make the spirits. Tablet of Discovery. If you have a 3-mana Narset in play, it doesn't matter. The target player gets to choose how many cards they discard and draw. No, that's nothing. Yeah, it targets players, so you target yourself to make it harder to fizzle the spell. Because if then you did it and it just said you draw and discard and they kill the creature you're targeting, the spell would fizzle. Tablet of Discovery, it looks like a rock with some red on it. Oh, it's a red rock. When this enters, you mill a card and you can play that card at this turn. Oh, cool! It taps for red or double red for instants and sorceries. You know what this is going to go into? This is going to go into my Clive deck. This is a mana rock that has devotion. Gets you some card advantage. And also like a little extra for instants and sorcery. This seems like a really good uncommon mana rock. Yeah, like even if it didn't have this first part, it's an upgraded version of a lot of rocks. Yeah, it seems good. As for limited, it also seems good. Rock gives card advantage, ramps, double ramps for spells. Yeah, I'd pick this. Tackle Artist. Majoring in the great art of I hit you with my body. A 4 mana, 4/3 with trample. When you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets a +1/+1 counter, or if it's a big spell, 2 +1/+1 counters. Yeah, it's a beater. It's a weird. It's not bad. I like that it has the trample built in. Thunder Drum Soloist. There's a lot more musicians in Prismari than there were before. 2 mana, 1/3 with reach. Okay, it'll block some birdies. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it deals a damage to each opponent. Or 3 damage if it costs 5 or more. Oh, that's really solid. This will hold the line and just drain your opponent down. I feel that these cards tend to be pretty nice in these sets. Especially just because, like, it's about spell slinging. Seems good to me. Tome Blast. A 2 mana sorcery that deals 2 damage to any target and has a flashback of 5. I mean, the flashback 5 is to trigger the Opus, but it's still not that good. Wish it were an instant. Well, look at this handsome boy Kentorius right here saying, "Your history." Yeah, you're very cute, Kentorius. So anyway, he starts blasting. Unsubtle Mockery. Seems like some serious body horror. This Prismari student is trapping this Quantrix student in a painting, and like an unflattering painting. Aww. Deals 4 damage to target creature at instant speed. Surveils 1. That kills most creatures in the set. Not bad. Doesn't it Planeswalkers, though? Zealous Lorecaster. 6 mana, 4/4, but brings back an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. Well, that's tough at 6 mana. Edrock, thank you for the 14-month resub. I would consider this as a top end. But it is the sort of card that's like, it is a 6 mana card. It is a 4/4. 4/4 is not terrible in this set, it feels. And it really depends on if you're getting value on the instants or sorceries or on the thing triggering to bring it back. Yeah. It's okay. Sometimes it's going to be just Too expensive, too slow. You wish it were wizard instead of a sorcerer? So sorcerer is like the big new red catch-all for being a spellcaster. It used to be shaman. They have been changing a lot of the shamans to be sorcerers. A lot of them actually got eroded to be like shaman sorcerers. And now we've got a worm. Oh, worm. Aberrant mana worm. 4 mana, 2/5 trample. Okay, why has it got trample? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. Nice. Okay, so you ramp, you cast big, dumb, expensive instants and sorceries, maybe the X cost ones. It gets huge, it swings in. I think this is pretty good. I mean, you can even cast spells at instant speed to trigger this. Yeah, cast a bulk up, give it the +X/+O, then double it again. Cast it from the graveyard. Give it pump spells, even more. Yeah, it seems fine to me, because, like, at its base, it's a really good blocker, too. Play it, use it to block, set it up, swing, it can, like, OTK someone if it's a big enough spell. Yeah, that's some really good booty. It cares about mana spent to cast a spell, so things being cast for free don't count, but things like being flashbacked do, so that's awesome. Additive Evolution, a 5 mana enchantment that makes a 3/3 fractal when it enters, and at the beginning of combat puts a +1/+1 counter on a creature and gives it vigilance. Ooh. So at base, this is like a 5 mana 4/4. But it grows things every turn. So this is the kind of card I would really like to play unlimited. I find that things that give you a +1/+1 counter each turn, giving vigilance too, so like you can set something up, be able to attack with it. It plays nicely with green-blue flyers. The only downside to this card is that it's an enchantment, not an instant or sorcery. But it gives you really good lasting value. Yeah, kind of sweet. Kind of sweet. I think it's a little too expensive for constructed formats. This is much more of a limited thing. For things that give like a +1/+1 counter return, I want them to cost 2 or 3 mana. Ambitious Augmenter. This is a very cool 1-drop. It has that spell evolve increment, and when it dies, you get a fractal based on how many counters this guy had on it. It starts as a 1 mana 1/1, so casting pretty much any spell that's like not a 1-cost spell means immediately it becomes a 1 mana 2/2 that dies and makes a 1/1. That seems great. I feel like the floor on this is pretty high, and the ceiling is like, yeah, it's a growing 1-drop that the better you curve, the better it gets. You play one of these on turn 1, you're going to be feeling really good about it. Yeah, it technically says it moves any counters. In this limited environment, I think we just have +1/+1 counters. No flying counters or anything like that. But it does move all of its counters onto the fractal. I could see playing this in a like a scales deck for sure. It's a pretty good version of that kind of spell. No wonder it's rare. Burog Barrage. It's a frog. 2 mana instant. Creature gets +1/+0 if you've cast another instant or sorcery this turn. Deals damage up to 1 creature. Okay, here's what I like about this spell. This is a bite. It is an instant speed bite. It's kind of like Rebuke and all those other ones. Sometimes it gives +1/+0. Here's what I don't like. Deals damage equal to its power to up to 1 target creature. Now you see my problem here? It doesn't hit planeswalkers. And again, we're not going to see that black-green planeswalker for a little bit. But when I say it is hard to kill, you know what? I'm just going to skip ahead to it. So it's in multicolored. Where's my professor here? I keep mentioning it, and I feel like it's so important that you see what I'm talking about. So this is Professor Delian Fell. The things that just like straight up kill a planeswalker, there's a rare and white, and then there's like 2 black spells, and that's about it. There's a little bit of red burn that can hit planeswalkers. 4 mana, 5 loyalty, has a +2 ability. That is 7 on turn 4. You're having 7 power that you have to direct to this, and it is continuously +2ing and gaining you life, so it's making you, as the player, even harder to kill. This thing is so hard to deal with in Limited. Everything should be able to hit planeswalkers if you're going to print planeswalkers that have crazy high loyalty. 4 mana, 7 loyalty, gaining you life. It also has a minus ability that destroys creatures. It can draw you cards, and it has the like exquisite blood type emblem, which yeah, that's good. But or the other one, Sanguine Bond. Yeah, it is to me way too hard to deal with in Limited. So I wanted you guys to see what I was talking about and why I was upset that this card does not hit planeswalkers. You see why I'm a little upset that it doesn't have planeswalkers? I need everything I can get if somebody plays that. Anyway, good removal, especially if you have Death Touchers. At least it's mythic rare. Yeah, it's a planeswalker. Chelonian Tackle, a 3 mana sorcery. Give a creature +0/+10 until end of turn. Just give it a full-on Brazilian butt lift. Then it fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Sweet. Protects you really well. And, yeah, there's one card that cares about toughness of creatures, but this just feels like a good, expensive sorcery speed fight that then lets you also, you know, swing in. You got the big booty to protect you. I think it's okay. I think that the big thing is that it's 3 mana and sorcery speed, so as far as like removal goes, it's a lot tougher, and I would pretty much always rather run this. Comforting Counsel. Aww. Professor Tree Lady. Serving up the tea. This is a enchantment in green. Whenever you gain life, put a growth counter on the enchantment. As long as there are 5 or more growth counters, all your creatures get +3/+3. Wow. So this is an Anthem. If you have 5 life gain triggers. Huh. I was talking about building maybe a black-green life gain deck for Brawl using maybe black. That seems good. That seems very, very good. I feel like it is going to be good and limited if you have a lot of life gain sources. Yeah. But if you're not running predominantly life gain stuff, don't bother with it. Yeah, would I run this in like Trailasara? Maybe. I think I probably would run it in Trailasara too. Efflorescence. I assume that's how you say it. Efflorescence. Because it's got fluorescence in it. 3 mana. Instant. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, but if you gain life this turn, it also gets trample and indestructible. I kind of wish the indestructible were part of the baseline for it. Not my favorite of the tricks, but the fact that it's a permanent buff is nice too. Emeritus of Abundance. This is the one with regrowth. It is a 3 mana 3/4 with Vigilance that enters prepared, so it is already, stat-wise, very good. Whenever it attacks, if you have 8 or more lands, it will prepare itself again, allowing you to continuously regrow cards from your graveyard, cast them again. I think as far as limited goes, this is a very, very good card. Is it as good as the blue one? No, but it's still really good. Emil Vastlands Roamer. 3 mana, 3/3. Things with counters on them have trample, and you can pay 5 to make a fractal based on a number of differently named lands you control. That's a good repeatable mana sink. There are some nice non-basics in the set. And I feel like at base, it's going to be at least a 2/2 or a 3/3. Not terrible. It's a 3-mana 3/3 at its worst. Environmental Scientist. A callback to environmental sciences, one of the old lessons, which was a really good one. And this is a good card. 2 mana, 2/2. When it enters, get a basic land, put it into your hand. Shuffle. Yeah, it's a bear that gets you a land. Speaking of bears that get you a land, we're going to see one later that's also really good. Environmental Scientist, absolutely. If I see these and I'm in green, I'm taking as many of them as I want. Because that's essentially like a 2/2 that draws you a card when it enters. Because I need lands. I need them for stuff. Yeah, District Guide was the same thing, but a 1/1 and an elf, I think, right? Or Sylvan Ranger is the one. District Guide is the 3 mana one that can get a gate. And I think Environmental Scientist is a power creep of Sylvan Ranger, but Sylvan Ranger was a 1/1. Follow the Lumerets. Kirill, you look so melting in this art, dog. Lewin looking fine, though. 2 mana, sorcery, infusion. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You can reveal a creature or land from among them, put it into your hand. But if you had gained life this turn, you can reveal 2 creatures and or land cards from among them and put them into your hand. Very much a sort through the top cards. Pretty good card advantage if you had a life gain trigger, though. Germination Practicum. This is the green lesson paradigm card. Put 2+1/+1 counters on each creature you control. Yeah, I'd probably play that in limited. Do it again each turn. I think that at 5 mana, it's very achievable. It's always a good thing. Yeah, I'll take it. Glorious Decay. That's very pretty art. Camille Alquier. Nice job. This is a 2 mana instant, destroys an artifact, deals 4 damage to a creature with flying, or exiles a card from a graveyard and draws you a card. Notably can hit your own graveyard if you have things that trigger off that. Yeah, there's some fires that need hitting. This is the kind of card that, like, definitely sideboard it in limited if you're playing best of 3. Potentially put it into the deck. Yeah, it doesn't have an enchantment mode, and there are some enchantments I feel that are worth destroying. Hungry Graphalon. It's a Giraffalon. A 4 mana 3/4 with reach and increment. Well, you're gonna have to cast things that cost more than 3 mana to start getting counters on it, but it's cool that it grows over time. Very much a curve filler. Infirmary Healer. Oh my god, it's a green cat. One of the, like, secondary or tertiary colors for cats as a creature type. And look at how cute she is. Having a mending cat cleric is pretty rare. I like that she just kind of has a bag with some herbs sticking out of it and a pest chewing on it. Aww. Enters prepared. Target player gains X life. I mean, this is a 2 mana 2/3. Here's my review of this card. 2 mana 2/3. I guess also you could use it to gain a bunch of life if you have a turn where you have nothing else you're doing and it'll trigger stuff. But just look at how sweet she is. Oh, I want to bury my head into her fluff ruffles. Can she be my auntie? Please? Please? Oh, hi, Lewin. Again, looking like a cutie patootie. Lewin experiences elf racism in the story. For people who don't know, Lorwyn elves only live to be like 40 years old and then they die. And like the deans at Strixhaven are like, yeah, we're gonna like room you with a bunch of other elves so you can, you know, like have a cultural exchange and feel more included. And he's like, all these elves are like 200 years old and they're all really mean to me. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're like a baby. When you cast a spell, copy it. If you gain life this turn, you can choose new targets. +2/+4 until end of turn. Okay, it's a fine combat trick. They live like 8 years. I think it's like 30 or 40 years. Mindful Biomancer. 2 mana, 2/2. When it enters, you gain a life. Okay. Has a pump ability you can use once a turn. It's fine. It's cute that it gains a life once, but there's things that can gain life many times that are better. Noxious Newt. Sometimes, by the way, you can get in some nasty attacks with this. Just like attack and hold up 3 mana. They don't want to block. Or if they do, get a good trade. I like this. It has Death Touch. It only taps for green, but it's a 1/2, which means it's going to end up trading up, and it will help me ramp into my bigger spells. Also, look at him. Look at him. Yeah, if you're building the budget Fin deck, put this card in. Look at him. Cute. You're looking? Good, me too. Oracle's Restoration. A 1 mana sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You draw a card and gain a life. Nice. Cantripping spell. A little life gain. All seems solid to me. Does a lot of things you want. Triggers repartee. It replaces itself. It gets that life gain trigger. It gives you a small buff. Nothing too splashy, but, you know, throw it in if you need the kind of spells. Yeah, sorcery speed. It's not a trick. Pest Brood Sloth. I see a 4 mana 4/4. I'm already ready. All right, what do you do? It has reach. When it dies, make 2 pests. Woo! So this is like 6 power and toughness for 4 mana. I'm calling this not quite a honey mammoth, but goddamn close enough. I don't know if we're gonna get a honey mammoth in this set, but this is pretty good. Kills flyers too. Yay, killing flyers. Planar Engineering. Some people have seemed very excited about this for landfall decks. It is a 4 mana, sacrifice 2 lands, get 4 basics into play, put them into play tapped. This is kind of like the Roiling Regrowths and similar Harrow cards are normally 3 mana, sacrifice a land, get 2 more. This is 4 landfall triggers and a net 2. So typically 4 mana ramp cards do get you 2 basic lands. And this is net 2 basic lands. But the bigger thing it is it is 4 landfall triggers. Yes, they come into play tapped, unlike Harrow. Harrow's the only one that I think brings them in untapped. But that's 4 landfall triggers on 1 turn, which is like, I don't know. Turn 1 Landward Elf, turn 2 Tifa and something else. Turn 3 Planar Engineering, kill your opponent with Tifa. Play your land for turn. Badger Mole Cub Stonks Rising. Do it on Earthbent land for even more. Yeah. It's pretty cool. How do I feel about it for limited? In limited, it's just a good way to thin your deck. Put cards in your graveyard to use for later. And it's fine. It is 4 mana, get 2 lands, which is actually usually an uncommon ability. I would not pick this that highly in limited. Shopkeeper's Bane. Yeah, Harmonizer decks. I don't know if Harmonizer decks would run it, but it's kind of cool. Shopkeeper's Bane. 3 mana, 4/2 with trample. When it attacks, you gain 2 life. It's a pest. That seems like a really good life gain trigger. Also, it's a 4/2 with trample, so haha. Put your combat tricks on this thing. What's going on with Bro's mouth? I think he's just got, like, very floppy lips. And then there's a mandrake caught on its teeth. I think this is a mandrake because it looks like a guy and a root. A slumbering trudge. X and green. 6/6. Something I want to point out is that you can cast this for 1 mana. It enters with a number of stun counters equal to 3 minus X. And if it entered with a stun counter, you tap it. Which means you have to wait 3 untap cycles, so you get rid of the stuns, and then it will untap on the next one. That's if you cast it for 1 mana. And that still seems really good. You know who's gonna love this? Is it Essica? Oh, 1 mana, 6/6 for my queen? Yes, please. Yes, please, and thank you. It's hard to untap it, but, like, you can also just cast it for 4 mana, and then it's a 4 mana 6/6, which in limited is, like... Yay. Yeah, if you blink it, it gets worse, because it will just re-enter again. Put it in your Solemnity decks, I guess. I think it's definitely solid for limited. I don't know if you played anywhere other than, like, maybe those Essica decks. Because it's a 6 power, 6 toughness creature. Snarl Song. Right? 2/0/0 green and blue fractal creature tokens and put X counters on them. Gain X life, where X is the number of colors spent to cast this spell. Again, these high mana value converge spells, I do not like. This one is better. Assume I'm casting it for 2 or 3 colors. It is 6 mana, make 2 3/3s, and gain 3 life, I guess. Not terrible, not great. If you're only in 2 colors, it's really bad. Now, I talked about some fine bears. I love this card for limited. It is a 1 mana 1/1. Okay. Play it on turn 1. Turn 2, Rampant Growth. Literally just casts Rampant Growth. Now, this is 3 mana for a 1/1 that puts a land into play, which is actually kind of the going rate. But it's also a bit like those artifacts that you can play on 1 and sack on 2 to put a land into play. It's really nice for limited. This is a great curve. I think it's interesting. And bear decks like Ayula, what a good bear to get to play. And look at how cute she is. I like the art. I like the card. I like the way that it curves out for limited. Definitely like it. Tenured Concoctor. It's a 5 mana 4/5 with Vigilance. When it becomes the target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, draw a card. I like that. Your opponent wants to remove it, I get to draw. And it also gets bigger if you've gained life this turn. I think that's really nice on this Vigilant card. I think this is a solid common. Replaces itself in most removal. Thorn Fist Striker. This guy looks like they're going to kill somebody while doing Sport Skitball. 3 mana 3/3 with Ward 1. All your creatures get +1/+0 and have trample if you've gained life this turn. Yo, sweet! You get a bunch of pests, and it's like, yeah, all my pests are actually attacking as 2/1s with trample. Eat that, nerd, and it's got a little bit of ward. This seems like a solid uncommon to me. Blood Bowl, baby! Yeah, it's not, oh god, what is it called? It's not Quidditch, guys. This is far more violent. Topiary Lecturer. I think it's like a crazy capture the flag kind of thing, where you have to, like, capture the other team's mascot. Teaching nerds how to sculpt trees into math. 3 mana 1/2 with Increment, adds mana equal to its creature's power. Cool. I like this for scales decks. I would consider playing it in some of them. I like the 3 mana taps for mana equal to their power. And this one has a way to grow itself, which is cool. I think Increment is very interesting. And it's going to be very weird in practice, because the order you cast your spells will make a big difference. Fastland's Scavenger. Putting together Egg. This is one of the most overstated stupid creatures I think I've seen in Limited in a long time. This is a 3 mana 4/4 with Death Touch. Why? Why does it need Death Touch? It should just be like a 3 mana 4/4. It also has a 5 mana instant speed ability. By ability, I mean it's prepared spell. 2 turns after you bring this out on turn 3 and it's been terrorizing your opponent. Got 5 open mana. You wait until your opponent's end step. Pay 5. Mill 7. Take the best creature card from among those milled cards, put it into play, untapped. You could do this in response to your opponent attacking. Why? Why does it have such good stats? It does not need to be this strong. So yes, I would say this is not just a bomb in limited, it is a huge bomb in limited. Cause look at that stupid bear. It's a 3-mana 4/4 with Death Touch, and it can, for 5 mana, get you another creature into play at instant speed. Ugh. Yeah, bomb.com. Yeah, great for limited. Would I play it anywhere else? Finn? I'd probably put this in a Finn deck if I had one. Good mana sink. Does cost reduction work on prepared spells? Yes. If you have something that says my instants and sorceries cost 1 less, it would apply to this. It's a bear. It is a bear. Wild Hypothesis. Create a fractal with X +1/+1 counters for X. And Surveil 2. All right, this is like super basic. This is like a filler card. I'm not that big on it. Wild Growth Archaic. That is a crazy looking Archaic rampaging around. Normally, by the way, the Archaics are super calm. The fact that they're kind of like going all over the place in this set is like a thing that's going wrong. That's not normal on Arcavios. This is green or 4 colorless mana. Oh, it's like the other one. Okay. Trample, reach. It enters with +1/+1 counter for each colored mana spent on it. So if you cast it for just mono green, it's a 1/1 with trample and reach. Whenever you cast a creature spell, the creature enters with X additional +1/+1 counters, where X is the number of colors spent to cast it. Okay, that's a nice ability. Kind of like a good fortune unicorn. This is a good spell in limited. I'd say kind of independent of the number of colors you're playing. I think if you cast it for 3 mana, and it's a 3/3, or 4/4, and you somehow have 4 colors, that's pretty nice. But I think it's that second part of this that's like, that's just nice. Giving most of your creatures like +1/+1 or +2/+2. Maybe more. Zamone's Experiment. Oh, that's an expensive sorcery there. Are Archaics anywhere outside of Strixhaven? As far as we know, they're just on Arcavios. They're not in the Strixhaven College, but they're on Arcavios as a plane. Would make that bear girl a 5/5. Yeah, if you cast it just for green. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You can reveal up to 2 creature and or land cards from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Put all land cards revealed this way into the battlefield tapped. Put all creature cards revealed this way into your hand. Interesting. So it's look at 5. You can grab 2 lands, put them into play tapped. You can grab 1 land, put into play tapped, 1 creature, or just 2 creatures, put them into hand. That's nice. Seems fine for limited. It was from her story article. Oh, Simone. I'm glad you got stuff. Well, this is the first half of my Secrets of Strixhaven set review. I am going to be looking at all of the other cards, because I've gone through about half. There's a lot of multicolored cards in this set. Tomorrow, or just after a short break if you're watching this as a video. I'm going to put this all together as one. We have lots of cool, colorful cards, and I'd say a lot of the signpost uncommons in this set are where the real power's at. So that's going to be the next part of the set review when we go into Multicolored, Colorless, and the Mystical Archives. That's right, the bonus sheet. And now for part 2 of the Secrets of Strixhaven set review, which we're going to be talking about the multicolored cards, the colorless cards, and the lands, the bonus sheets, and a couple commander cards. So the bulk of cards in this set, like not quite half of them, but a lot of them are actually multicolored cards. and it's where a lot of the most interesting cards are. If you were watching the first half of the set review and you're like, oh, a lot of these have like kind of limited synergy, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of payoffs, it's because that was 170 cards. And now there's going to be like 80 uncommons and rares and mythics that are all at uncommon and greater rarity. There's, I think, a few commons here, but some of them are nuts. You're going to be like, wow, the power level of this set looked okay up there and looks crazy down here. So let's start with Abigail, Poet Laureate. Kind of like the first Strixhaven set, we had a cycle of uncommon legendaries. These are the students of Strixhaven. And Abigail, Poet Laureate, is not bad. Whenever you cast a creature spell, she becomes prepared. And her spell is to put a counter on a creature. Very basic, but it means you can buff her and other flyers. You can get those repartee triggers, and it's really easy to repair her because you're going to be casting triggers. Casting creatures. Is she super strong? She's fine. She's a good flyer that has the potential to buff things. Not the most interesting, I think, of the students. I think that Lewin's probably the craziest. Conciliator's Duelist. This is hard to cast. White, white, black, black, so you don't really do that unless you are only in Silver Quill colors. When this creature enters, draw a card, and each player, you and your opponent, loses a life. Repartee, if you cast an instant or sorcery targeting a creature, exile up to one target creature. It comes back under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. This is a way to turn things into blinks, temporary removals, and it can target itself if you want to, say, blink it. And remember, you actually can target something with a spell, not let the spell resolve, and use this as temporary removal. Like, if you have a beneficial card, like Heroic Stanza, you could target your opponent's thing. Also, lots of tokens in the set, blanks the tokens. Not the craziest rare, but you know, it draws you a card, so it replaces itself at minimum. Fix What's Broken. Absolutely hilarious card because it's actually the culmination of a story that was being told across a couple different cards of these two students, a Witherbloom student and a Silver Quill student, learning how to hate together. That's right, they go from being like, hey man, I hate you. Hey dude, I hate you. To being like, wow, but what if we could hate everybody as one? That's the toxic yaoi that we need in Magic the Gathering. Hate can move mountains, and this is a 4-mana sorcery. Pay X life. Return each artifact and creature card with a mana value X and only X from your graveyard to the battlefield. I actually don't like this that much in Limited because it's very much like, okay, how many 2-drops do you have? I guess like 3, and are they dead? It's not worth it to me. But I think that the art on this card is so funny. So, love the art. Not that big of a fan of the card itself. Imperious Ink Mage. This is a common, and at base, it is a 3/3 with Vigilance for 3 mana. And when it enters, you surveil 2. Sets up your graveyard, and it's just fine. It's a curve filler, and that's about it. Inkling Mascot, a 2-mana 2/2, and it's an Inkling cat. That's right, we have Inklings that are creatures. And they're, well, it's a cat. It's like a lion thing. All the Inklings in this set are like creatures. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery targeting a creature, this gains flying until end of turn, surveil 1. Again, not that interesting. It's got the same like surveilling with this and this, which I think it's strange that so many Silver Quill cards surveil. Because I feel like that should be Lorehold stuff. I think the Lorehold stuff should be with surveilling. But if you're going in Mardu, that does have a benefit. Not that interesting, not that strong. Yeah, but it's really cute. It's a big old flying scribble cat. Killian's Confidence. This is so funny because like one of the major things in the first set was how he was not confident. And Dina had to like give him the tea that made him feel good about himself, which is like Michael's secret sauce. It was just tea. Killian finally is standing on his own, even though his dad is a dean, Dean Ambrose. And he's a really strict dean. 2-mana sorcery, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, draw a card, and whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you can pay a mana to return this from your graveyard to your hand, which means that this is a repeatable cantrip that triggers repartee. I think if you're going for the repartee theme, this is an awesome uncommon to have. It's not that, like, interesting. It is 3 mana across. It's not a +1/+1 counter, but it's recurable. And it's going to let you just keep doing the thing. It's really nice with evasive cheap flyers. And I think that, you know, it's fine if that is the archetype you're leaning into in Limited. Moment of Reckoning. This card's nuts. You can probably get to 7 mana, and if you do, choose up to 4. You may choose the same mode more than once. Destroy target non-land permanent. Destroy target non-land permanent. Return target non-land permanent from the graveyard to the battlefield, and return target non-land permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield. You can kill 3 things, reanimate 1. You can kill the 1 thing and reanimate 3. This card at 7 mana is so good. I would say that this is the kind of thing that's like, yeah, pack 1, pick 1. This lets me take and choose exactly what I need in any given time. And with the Surveil, maybe you surveil some good creatures into the graveyard, you bring them back, and Moment of Reckoning goes nutso. Really great card. Sorry, still combination allergy sick. Y'all do not want to know how many times I sneezed yesterday. It was probably in the 100 plus. Nita. Neat. Forum Conciliator. This is an Orzhov crime card that is just... There's too many restrictions on its valves and knobs and... I just want to do crime. 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Now that part is really sweet. Here's the part that's not as fun. You have to pay 2 and sacrifice another creature to exile an instant or sorcery from an opponent's graveyard. You may cast it only on this turn, spend mana of any color, but you can only do this as a sorcery. So you can't, say, steal their instant speed stuff and do it at instant speed. You still have to pay the cost of the stolen spell, so at minimum, it costs you a creature, 2 mana, and the mana value of the spell. Do I still think that she's pretty good for Limited? If you have token makers. We saw that card before that, like, makes a token on repartee. That's really great. Yeah. I think Nita is neat. But I don't think that she's crazy strong unless you have good things to sacrifice. Yeah, she's a 3 mana, 2/3 vanilla. But I like that it says, like, hey, you cast your opponent's stuff, you buff all your things. I feel like she'll be kind of cool for Constructed. Because there's some cards that, like, when you put a counter on them, you get another creature. I think most of those are in green, though. Yeah, you might put her in Esper Crime just for the fun of it. Passive is nice. Render Speechless, a 4 mana sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. Ooh, okay. Choose an online card from it. They discard it. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature. Now, at 2 mana, I would like this. At 4 mana, I don't like it. I think that there was something similar in the previous set, and it discarded 2. I think that this should have been like 3 mana at most, even with the 2 +1/+1 counters. But it is like, it's a hate card. I just don't like it that much. 1 white-black, I think, would have been like a good spot for it. But I think at 4, it's a lot harder to run. A Scolding Administrator. Ah, dwarves. I'm glad we're getting more dwarves. Oh my god, look at how sad. I think that's like Mavinda right there. Doesn't matter. Sad Owl. 2 mana, 2/2 with Menace. It's a dwarf cleric, and repartee says, targeting the creature, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That's very generically nice. You get to grow this creature as you cast targeting spells, and when this creature dies, if it had counters on it, you get to move the counters. Cool. I like moving counters around. This is not anything too crazy, but the fact that it's a growing menace threat is nice. Silver Quill Charm. The whole charm cycle is pretty sweet. 2 mana instant. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. That's a great permanent buff. Exile target creature with power 2 or less. Okay, cheap removal for cheap things. Or just a straight up 6 life swing. Each opponent loses 3, and you gain 3. I think this is fine for Limited. It'll take out some whittle guys, and it's not a bad combat trick to trigger repartee. Now we got one of the Elder Dragons. Silverquill, the Disputant. Disputant? I don't know. Gosh, she's so cool. Or he's so cool? I think he's so cool. This Silverquill has flying, has vigilance, and it's a 4-mana 4/4. So on its base, stats are great, it hits in the air, and each instance and sorcery you cast has casualty 1. This, by the way, makes me think, as well as some of the other cards we've seen, that there was a bigger tokens theme to Silverquill that they trimmed down. Because casualty is sacrifice a creature to duplicate a spell. I think that's pretty fun for this set, by the way. Something notable is this copies spells on the stack, which does not re-trigger repartee, because you're not casting it. It doesn't re-trigger Opus, but it is copying your better spells. So sacrifice a creature to get more value. Definitely a good card for limited. A snooping page. Gonna write up a hot article in the Strixhaven Star. A 3-mana human cleric with a 2/3 stat line and can make things unblockable. Whenever this creature, well, it makes itself unblockable. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. So just kind of nice that it's easily able to make itself unblockable, and it's just card draw over time. Pretty nice card at 3 mana. Social snub. Oh no, she's getting bullied. I feel like they put in a bunch of different like cards with students being bullied on them or like standing up to bullies, which is really weird to me because Strixhaven is a college. I don't know about the colleges you guys went to, but the one I went to, like, there's not schoolyard bullying for the most part. And I'm the kind of person who would have been like doing the schoolyard bullying. Maybe you get an unflattering nickname. Maybe there's like frat bullying, but it's not like you can't sit at our table kind of bullying. I feel like that's much more high school. God, this line in the background is, he looks like he's way too old to be here. 3 mana, sorcery, cast a spell while you control a creature, you can copy it. Each player sacrifices a creature of their choice, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. That's kind of nice. So you can duplicate this. So you sacrifice twice and your opponent sacrifices twice. And if you only have 1 creature and your opponent has 2, you would definitely want to copy this. Also, I like that it has a tiny bit of drain built in. Only thing I don't like is that this is a sorcery speed, like, edict. But I think that it's still going to be kind of nice. Bad if your opponent has a lot of tokens. Good if you have some tokens to draw. Oh, your college experience was drinking and playing beer croquet at 2 a.m. I didn't drink in college. I didn't really have the money or the time to, because I was like, I need to get A's in my engineering classes and also take additional classes because I'm paying so much money for this school. I'm going to get every single class I can fit into every semester. And that's why I have like an engineering degree. And then I was 1 class off of 2 different minors. One for geology, because it rocks, and the other one for drama, not because I was taking acting classes. I never took a single one. That was actually what I was missing from the course requirements. I took every single lighting class. I was like, every lighting and animation class. I love lighting and I love animation. Haha, a minor in geology. Yeah, put me in the mines. That's what I crave. Stirring Honormancer, 5 mana, 4/5. It's a Rhino Bard. When this creature enters, you look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of creatures you control. Put a card into your graveyard, or into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. So the more creatures you have, the more filtering you get, but you're also filling up the graveyard so much. Speak as though the world will be a better place after your words are in it. Aww. Thank you, Rhino, for that inspiring flavor text. I feel like this is fine. It's like a 5 mana 4/5 that gets you at least 1 card. Sets up your graveyard for stuff. Didn't drink, but I got lit a lot. No, I didn't smoke weed in college either. Again, I didn't have money. I was in the library and in the dorm study rooms. Abstract Paint Mage. 3 mana, 2/2. At the beginning of your first main phase, get 2 mana. You can only use it on instant and sorcery spells. That's pretty nice for those expensive spells. A very, like, specific piece of ramp. Not a bad card to have in your deck if you have a good number of instants and sorceries or prepare spells to spend this on. Oh, I was getting lit with the lighting. Yeah. I was getting lit with the lighting. I love lighting things. I wish I had better lighting in here. It's okay. I got lights. I have overhead lights, too. Color Storm Stallion. A 3 mana 3/3 with Ward 1 and Haste. Well, it's rare, so it gets to have stats. Opus. If you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If you spend 5 or more mana on it, make a token that's a copy of this creature. I don't think this is good enough for constructed, but I do think this is good enough for limited. I feel like this is a, hey, you cast big spells, you get more of me, I have pseudo prowess. And I think the Ward 1 haste means that this is just like a great card to have. And even if they kill the original, this duplicates. You play this, you cast a spell, you have 2 of them. You pass another big spell, now you have 4 of them. That seems like a great card for limited. Also, it's a cool looking horse. Elemental Mascot. A 3 mana 1/4 with flying and vigilance. If you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. But if you cast 5 or more mana's worth of 1 sorcery, you get an impulse draw. You can play the top card of your library from exile until the end of your next turn. Nice. Okay, so exile the top card. You can play it not until the end of this turn, end of your next turn. That's really nice. I think that because of the stat line, 1/4 flying vigilance, this is pretty good. Prismari Charm. Very charming. Another charm in the cycle. Choose 1. Surveil to draw a card. Okay, cantrips. Deal 1 damage to each of 1 or 2 targets. Or return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. All of these are good. Yeah, definitely another good card. I would play it if I was in Prismari. Oh, hey! Speaking of Prismari, here he is. Prismari, the Inspiration. It costs 7. But in Limited, it is a 7 mana 7/7 with flying. Ward, pay 5 life. 5 life. I can speak. Instant and sorcery spells you cast have Storm, which in Limited is just kind of fun. It's kind of hard to get a lot of Storm triggers built up, but I like it, and it's a big dragon. Is it the best of the dragon cycle? No, absolutely not. It's too hard to cast, but it is still cool. Rapturous Moment. Just a couple of Prismari kids having a good time at Summit Fest. And I think they're like in the hand of the Muse. I think that's what the giant thing is. This is a 6 mana sorcery, but it refunds 5 mana. Draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards. It only costs you a net 1 mana. It sets you up to cast another spell. It's like for big Opus stuff. But I really don't know how I feel about this card because of the sorcery speed. It net gets you 1 card. It does cost 6, and if you don't have a spell to follow up with that filtering, that's gonna feel so bad. Yeah, it's dead in your opening hand, which is tough. So not my favorite, but I'm sure it will see people playing. It lets you dig, so you should have something that you can cast for blue, blue, red, red, red. Loot Riot. Resonating Loot, 4 mana artifact. Lands you control have tap, add 2 mana of any one color. You can only spend it on instants and sorcery spells. That's a really good ramp for instants and sorceries. It also taps and draws you a card if you have 7 more cards in your hand. Huh. I'm trying to think if I would play this. I could see playing this in some, like, instant and sorcery focused decks in Constructed, like in Commander. I think if it also tapped for mana, I would, but with it not tapping for mana, it's really tricky. If you have a lot of big spells, it gets pretty good. Yeah, I would say if I'm running a lot of big spells, I would play it, but I don't think I would pick one it. Yeah, they want Prismari to go big on the spells. Really big. Sonar Unfinished Genius. Enters prepared and has a wild idea. He's a 2-mana 0/4. Taps to create a treasure token if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell. And you can pay 5 mana to search your library for an instant or sorcery, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. I like that this is ramp for limited. I feel like that's what's good about this. It blocks and it ramps for you. It's a very expensive tutor. The wild idea, I feel like it's just bonus value on the card. A spectacular Sky Whale. 4 mana, 1/4, flying and opus. It's an uncommon. If you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +3/+0 until end of turn. And if you spend 5 or more mana, it actually gets 3/+1/+1 counters. Oh, okay. I feel like this is actually better with a lot of cheap spells. Yes, it costs 4 mana at base, but if you play this and then a couple cantrips, you could hit in the air for like 10 damage. I would say it is definitely going to be good in the right deck, and bad if you don't have a lot of instants and sorceries. Splatter Technique. Having a whale of a good time. Yeah, there's so many elemental whales in this set. 5 mana sorcery. Either draws 4 cards or deals 4 damage to each creature in Planeswalker. Great and limited. So this is a rare, but the fact that it is either board wipe or draw 4 cards means that if you're behind, blast the board. If you're ahead, draw 4 cards. Either way, very good card. Definitely would take this early. Stadium Tidal Mage. A 4 mana 4/4. When this enters or attacks, you can draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Okay, very boring. Does what it says. It's a card filler. Stress Stream. Aww. Yeah. So sometimes you just get that school anxiety. It's a 5 mana instant that deals 5 damage to a target creature. Up to 1 target creature. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. One of them goes in your hand, the other on the bottom of your library. I think this is pretty solid. I think it's good removal. It gets you a card replaced and gives you a little filtering with that. I think the biggest problem with this card, and I said this in the first half, it does not hit Planeswalkers. And there's some very hard to kill Planeswalkers in this set. Really hard to kill. We're going to see him soon. Fel. I showed him yesterday, but I'm showing him again today. Traumatic Critique. Getting yelled at by Dean Prismari. Or not Dean Prismari. Galzes Prismari, the head of the college. This is an X blue-red. Instant. Deals X damage to any target. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Something very cool about the way this is formatted is you can cast this for X = 0. Target a creature you or your opponent controls, get the repartee trigger, and still get to draw 2, discard 1. Do they all wear glasses? Prismari definitely wears glasses. The artist should suffer for their craft, not the audience. I like Dragon Yells at Guy. There's an old Tormenting Voice that has similar art. I like it, but it is a rare, and it's not a rare that, like, I don't know, because like you can direct this at face too. You know what? I'm gonna say I like it, but I'm just not that spell slingy. A Vibrant Outburst. Oh yeah, that's a lot of paint. 2 mana, instant, 3 damage to any target. Tap up to 1 target creature. Sweet. That's a lightning strike with a little bonus in it. I like it. It's something you'd only really be playing if you're in red-blue, but I do like it. Twiddling Bolt? Yeah, because it taps the thing. Yeah, it doesn't untap. Is it Helix? Prismari Helix. It does trigger repartee, yeah, because it taps a creature. Visionary's Dance. It is a frog, and the frog is breakdancing to make elemental storms. This is a 5-mana common sorcery, but you can pay 2 and discard it to look at the top 2 cards of your library, to put one in your hand and the other in your graveyard. Just a nice way to actually use the card if you don't have 7 mana. I think the flexibility on that card makes this a really good card to have one of in your deck. And what it does is it makes 2 3/3 flyers. So it is 7 mana, makes 6 power and toughness of flyers. That's not terrible. But what I like is that it can be used as just card selection early, even if it's not casting a spell. Zephi and the Tempest, originally from the Commander deck, they're back with a brand new card. Zephi is a 7-mana 5/7. Once during each of your turns, you can cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand without paying its mana cost, which is really nice with things like Visionary's Dance. I would take this early because I think it's fun, but at 7 mana, it's pretty hard to get to and then build around. Notably, does not work with Prepare. The prepared spells you can't cast for free. I still think it's fun, though. It's not, I don't think it's that good, but it is fun. And now we have what I think is actually the strongest color pair in the entire set. Witherbloom has got some insanely good cards for limited. You saw the black removal before, you saw the green stat lines before, you saw the card advantage, the land getters, things like that. And we also have a lot of pests. And black is the most pest of them all. This is Blex's child. Black. Loafing Pest. A 3-mana 3/4 stat line, Beloved. But whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each pest, bat, insect, snake, and spider you control. There are not that many bats, insects, snakes, or spiders in this set. However, there are a lot of pests. There's a lot of ways to make pests. You love +1/+1 counters. So this is a turbo Pride Mate. It is buffing itself. It is buffing the tokens that gain you the life. I feel it's really nice for limited. And look at him! Just look at him. He's really cute. And if you're wondering, well, Amy, how am I going to gain life? Bogwater Lumerette. This is a common. You could end up with 3 of these in your pool. Yeah. It's a 2-mana 2/2. Whenever this creature, or another creature you control, enters, gain a life. Triggers on itself, triggers on other creatures. This is like one after the other. Oh my god, we are gaining life. We are living. And remember, life gain is cheat. And this is one of those things where like new players will oftentimes find that trying to beat just the amount of life that people are gaining can be hard. And in limited, that still stands. It's a Golgari Soul Sister. The only problem with this kind of outside of limited is that it's kind of hard to cast unless you're playing, say, this is Commander. Tragic. Black does not say frog. Doesn't say frog on it. So black does not boost the Lumerette. I know. So sad. Oh! Death Spam!
63 months. Chat, 63 months is very not
No,
prime,
very divisible
but
by
if you
3.
divide it by my tier 3, that's 21. That's also not prime, but if you divide it by the tier 3 again, we get to 7 and that is prime. For all that effort, you should use your prime sub here with aim.
I agree. Thank you so much, Death of Spam, for subscribing for 63 months and subscribing at tier 3 and encouraging people to use their Twitch Prime to help support my channel so they can take money away from Jeffrey Bezos and give it to me. Yum, 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 yum. Thank you so much, Death of Spam, for that premium Prime. Not actually a Prime resub. Not actually a Prime number. Yay! Founder LVL, thank you for using your Prime to help support the channel. Taking these dollary dues away from Jeffrey so I can have them, so I can spend them on Strixhaven cards. Like Cauldron of Essence, another bomb card. That's right. Another bomb? Yeah, Amy, it turns out Witherbloom's just kind of cracked. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain a life. T. Gormley, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you also for using your Prime. All right, so at its base, it's a drain. It's like a Zulapart Cutthroat. But it also, 3 mana, tap, sacrifice a creature, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. And you can just be like killing and bringing your stuff back for funsies, because it drains your opponent when you do. And it triggers life gain. Dude, this is... The cards all work really well together in Witherbloom. Why don't the other colors have this? Dina's Guidance. It's a 3-mana instant. Search your library for a creature card, put it into your hand, or graveyard, and then shuffle. That's just good. I mean, it's a tutor for your creature. Am I the kind of person to run this kind of rare? No. But if you have things you're looking for, it'll help you find them. Can you bring back what you just sacrificed? No, you'd have to wait until another turn, because it targets as part of the cost. I almost always go black-green when I'm testing out new limited formats, because I like kill stuff and make big boy. And this is kill stuff, make big boy, gain life. Essence Knit Scholar. Yeah, this is, by the way, this is very cool because it is a tutor into hand or graveyard. This is in Entomb. If you have a reanimate spell and you can't afford to cast a creature, you can just put it into your graveyard and reanimate if you have like this out. Wild. Essence Knit Scholar is a 3-mana uncommon. It is a 3/1 that comes with a pest. The pests gain life when they attack. And at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, you draw a card. Okay, wait. So we have life gain, we have kill, we have big boy, and we have reanimate. And we have card draw. Not bad. Ooh, Aussie XGG. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for using your Prime to help support the channel. Thank you. Thank you for the 4-month resub. All right, Grapple with Death. 3-mana sorcery. Destroy target artifact or creature. Gain 1 life. No, hey, it's not instant speed. I don't care. Destroy target artifact or creature. And gain a life to trigger the blacks, to trigger the stuff, to make it all go.
Amazon corn.
That's a common kill spell. Pretty darn good. Death's Door, thank you for the 30-month resub. Thank you for the primo sub. Very cool. Good common removal. And now this is, of the student cycle, I think the best one, because it's a 4-mana 3/4. Not bad. Enters prepared. His spell is Pest Friend. 1 mana, make a pest. Not 2 mana, 1 mana, make a pest. Ooh, Questing Bay!
Take my Bezos bucks. Jeffrey doesn't need it.
Yay! Jeffrey doesn't need this! Questing Bay, thank you so much for the 37-month resub. Thank you for the Prime. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Lewin becomes prepared again. You want a token-making engine? Lewin is a token-making engine. Maybe you have something that cares about things leaving your graveyard, too. Great. Lewin will trigger that. This... He's just doing a lot, and if this costs 2 mana, I'd be like, okay, I get it. If he didn't enter prepared, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. But he enters prepared. It's only 1 mana. It's easily repeatable. This is what peak pesting looks like. The best at pesting. Continuing with the most cracked cards, we have Mind Roots. It's like Mind Rot, except If a land gets discarded, you get it under your control tapped. Which is pretty nice. I think Mind Rot effects are pretty good to run one of. It's the kind of thing that, like, I will do in Limited. But Mind Roots is like, yeah, what if Mind Rot also ramped? Because you usually do, like, okay, I want to keep my spells. I'll discard a land and, like, a spell I'm not going to be able to cast. You could technically do it to yourself. I don't think you'd want to, but you could.
Thanks to at Fiona's got it as always
you,
less
Fiona.
than 3. Also have a great review stream, Amy. I have to go grocery shopping but wanted to pass by and say hi, less than 3.
I hope you have a good grocery shopping. Thank you, Fiona, for gifting a sub to Alice. Old Growth Educator. 4 mana, 4/4 with Vigilance and Reach, and Infusion. Remember, we have all these things that trigger off gaining a life. When this creature enters, put 2+1/+1 counters on it if you gained life this turn. It's a 4 mana 6/6 actually with Vigilance and Reach if you gained life. So you like swing in with your pests, they gain a life, maybe they die in combat, and then you have a dummy thick druid. Not bad. The more life gain you have, the better this gets. Yeah, even just like a 4 mana 4/4 with Vigilance and Reach is like, yeah, thanks. I like that. Pest Mascot. Okay, you guys saw that Black was a Turbo Pride Mate. Pest Mascot is also a Pride Mate with Trample. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's a Pest Ape. He's a big boy. He's a big chunkus. I think this is good if you have some amount of life gain. Like, you can even just run that with a whole bunch of that common kill spell, and that's life gain. And now for what I think is a card that is incredibly difficult to defeat in Limited. Because there's almost nothing in the set that just destroys a Planeswalker. Most of the direct damage things you can do, some of them can hit Planeswalkers. But on the turn that this comes out, and it can come out on turn 4, it can have 7 loyalty. And as it gains more loyalty, it is gaining you life, making you hard to kill too. If you don't feel like you need to plus, there's also draw a card and lose a life at 0, and -3 destroy a creature. If you get to 6, you could, by the way, you could plus this and immediately minus it the turn after. Whenever you gain a life, target opponent loses that much life. That's like a veto or sanguine bond effect. That's good too, especially with that +2 ability. But just the fact that this is so hard to kill, and it has removal built into it, and it has card advantage built into it, I think makes it a brutal threat in Limited. Again, Witherbloom, the school I'm representing on my shirt, is cracked. It's so good. Now what do we got here? Planeswalker removal is a must. Well, so like you're not going to run into this that often because it is a mythic. But we do use like boosters now that have a higher chance of getting you a mythic because they can have multiple rares. It's like a Phyrexian Arena that does better to protect itself. Just straight up the gaining life, too. Like, life gain is so hard to deal with. There's so many things that synergize with life gain in the set. And very hard card to deal with Unlimited. Root Manipulation. It's a sorcery. Gives your creatures +2/+2, menace, and whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. A pretty nice overrun effect, but it doesn't give trample. Menace, though, I would say is sometimes going to be better than trample, especially if you have littler guys. I think Root Manipulation is totally fine, and the wider you are, the better it gets. Also, the attacking gaining a life does mean that, like, you might get a bunch of life gain triggers then, which will trigger all of your Pridemate type cards and everything else. So it gets even better, and it helps stabilize you. Teacher's Pest. A 2 mana 1/1 with Menace, and it is a pest. So when it attacks, it gains you a life. And it's also a reassembling skeleton. You can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield theft. You want a repeatable way to trigger your life gain things? Teacher's Pest. I think that's really good for limited. You can even just like use it to repeatedly block, but I'd rather, you know, attack it. I feel like this card should have the "this card can't block" text on it. Vicious Rivalry. As an additional cost to pay the spell, pay X life. So we saw a card kind of like this before that reanimated. And this one does the opposite. Destroy all artifacts and creatures with mana value X or less. Remember how I talked about there's the two students who are just like professional haters at each other, and then they learn to be haters together? This is them again. So intense was their hatred, they didn't realize how lonely they'd become. In the end, all they had was each other, and they hated that too. Legit just like toxic yaoi the cards. It's so funny. Anyway, destroy all artifacts and creatures with mana value X or less. This is like Toxic Deluge-ish. I think that it's fine for limited though, especially because you will gain life in these colors. That's how it goes. And it also gives you a choice in the modality. Witherbloom Charm. At instant speed, you can sacrifice a permanent, including a land. If you do, draw 2 cards. Nice, that's a good village rights. Or gain 5 life. Sweet, okay. Or destroy target non-land permanent with a mana value 2 or less. Remember how the other one was like destroy a creature of mana value 2 or less, I think? This one's, yeah, let's go. This is good. Yeah, Witherbloom Charm. Also good. And now we have the reason for the season. Witherbloom the Balancer. Oh no, she costs 8 mana. No, she doesn't. Affinity for creatures. The more creatures you have, they can be tokens, the cheaper she gets. A 5/5 flyer. Also has Death Touch, but honestly, I don't think the Death Touch means like anything on something that's this big. Instants and sorcery spells you cast have affinity for creatures. Which is nice. At least I think so. I think so. One sec, somebody wants a Discord link in chat. It is right there. Yeah, it goes infinite with some spell that has buyback and constructed, but you're not going to be doing that here. It's just a very, very good card. Yeah, you can do this with tokens. I like that. It's very good. Yeah, Sprout Swarm, that's the card. I think that Witherbloom the Balancer, though, is good for limited, good for constructed. Maybe the first deck I end up brewing for Brawl from this set, because I think she's awesome. Like, yeah, that's awesome, right? Now we have Lorehold's spells with Arc of Hunger. Yeah, it's a ominous looking box that has a doggy head on it. 4 mana artifact. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, this deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you gain 1 life. Mill a card. You may play this card at this turn. I actually like this a lot for limited because it is card advantage in Boros that drains your opponent, does the set's mechanic, synergizes with the set's mechanic, and like it is repeatable card advantage. Every turn you get to mill a card, and if you play that card, it leaves your graveyard. So, yeah. I like this. I do like this for limited. And I think that the fact that it has this like gain drain on it makes it even better. Is that like a jackal head? It looks like it's like wolves because there's wolves around it, but it is very jackal head looking. I don't know what's going on with it. An ancient relic. Aziza, Mage Tower Captain. So there's a whole bunch of cards. We had seen some before that are just like, hey, guess what? Lorehold's also now Jocks and super buff. And here's Aziza. She flexing. She's doing the sports. Yeah, they're all playing Mage Tower. 2 mana, 2/2. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you can tap 3 untapped creatures you control to copy it. And she can tap herself as part of that. I think that this is, you know, not bad. Like, it's fun enough because it's just a way to copy spells. So you get more of them. Yay. I do like that, like, you could just, like, leave your stuff back and then copy an instant on your opponent's turn. Yeah, some jacked archaeologists. I do actually know some very buff archaeologists. It's like, yeah, he's just always traveling. Traveling and working out. The digging builds the muscles. Yeah, you don't do that much, like, fast labor. But you do have to do a lot of it by hand because it's too delicate to do with machines. Borrowed Knowledge. 5 mana sorcery. Discard your hand and draw cards equal to the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Or discard your hand and draw cards equal to the number of cards discarded this way. I'm not a big fan of this at 4 mana and sorcery speed. It is kind of funny if it's like, yeah, I've expended every card in my hand and now I'm going to, like, catch back up to my opponent's stuff. But at 4 mana, sorcery, that's a little tricky. Not for me. I don't like it. Colossus of the Blood Age. This is a 6 mana 6/6. When it enters, it deals 3 damage to your opponent, you gain 3 life, and when it dies, it lets you discard and then draw that many cards +1, which means that even if you discard nothing, you still draw a card. I think that this is a very solid uncommon. What's frustrating about this card is that it's not really playing into the Lorehold theme until it dies. But I do like this is a honey mammoth. In fact, I would say it's a super honey mammoth. I do think it's really good because it's like, it's card draw, it's a big boy, it gains life, it deals damage. It can hit planeswalkers? No, it says each opponent. We don't have planeswalker redirect rules, so you think it should have? Yeah, it should have been able to hit planeswalkers. Everything should have been able to hit planeswalkers. I do think this is a very good uncommon, though. It's just a big beater. Have it near your top end. Hardened Academic. A bird cleric. I love the way they have, like, the scrolls coming up around it. 2 mana, 2/1 flying and haste. You can discard a card to give this lifelink until end of turn. And if a card leaves your graveyard, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, which could be it. I think this is a good, very good payoff for the Lorehold mechanic of things leaving your graveyard, but it's also a rare. So is it good? Yes. And I think it actually plays nicely with a lot of the Silverquill stuff because I think Silverquill is actually like the aggro archetype. Kirill, history buff. Kirill had an adventure in Lorwyn and then immediately started working out. In the span of, I guess it must have been a year. Maybe it was just summer break. Kirill has gone from, like, a medium-sized nerd to professional bodybuilder, which is making me very uncomfortable. 2 mana, 2/3. Stat line, great. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, Kirill becomes prepared, and their spell is to pack a punch. Mill a card, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, and it gives trample until end of turn. So not bad. I think that you'll have cards leaving your graveyard if you have built around the Lorehold stuff, and being a 2 mana 2/3 at base is pretty sweet. Yeah, this is what happens when a vampire is guzzling from somebody who is taking some illegal steroids. Yeah, somebody who's juicing. They're juicing a juicer. Lorehold Charm. Again, they're still pretty sweet. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact of your choice that is going to be sometimes relevant. I mean, it hits that like Colossus we saw before. Return target artifact or creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. The fact that that's at instant speed is really nice. And in instant speed, 2 mana mini overrun. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. That's really sweet. Only thing that's like kind of sad about this is that none of these trigger repartee. This triggers repartee. This does not. Lorehold, the Historian. A 5-mana 5/5 flying creature with haste. This is another one of the founding dragons. Each instant and sorcery card in your hand gets Miracle of 2 mana. And at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you can discard a card and draw a card, which gives you the opportunity for more miracles. If you've never played with Miracle before, it's... I'm drawing the first card for my turn. As I draw it, I can look at it. I cannot put it into my hand yet. If I would like to cast it and it has Miracle, I reveal it as it's being drawn. And I cast it for, say, 2 mana. Because this gives all of your instants and sorceries Miracle 2. I feel that this is just a good card. It's a big, scary dragon. It hits you in the face. 5 damage. Like, that's a lava axe at minimum. This is good. This is very good. Yeah, and you could get, like, one of the giant Prismari spells off this and cast it for 2 mana. Not bad. It wouldn't work for Opus, because Opus cares about mana spent, but it would work for everything else. Well, you still cast it, so it would count for the mini part of Opus. Molten Note. Deals damage to target creature equal to the amount of mana used to cast a spell. Untap all creatures you control. This is a fine piece of removal. Should have been able to hit Planeswalkers. But yeah, like, it's just damage equal to mana spent, so it has flashback. You can use it twice. I think that this is totally fine. Only thing I don't like is that the flashback cost on it is actually 8 mana, which I wish it were 6 mana. 8 mana is kind of hard to get to. It makes this so much harder to recast. Yeah. Makes it a lot tougher. Practiced Scrollsmith. More dwarves. A 3-mana 3/3 with first strike. When this creature enters, you exile target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard, and you're able to then cast that card. Well, until the end of your next turn. Great way to reuse a card. I think this is actually a very good uncommon. Not only because it is a 3-power first striker, which is really good, both offensively and defensively, but it gives you recursion. Boros recursion. Yeah, it's a Boros Eternal Witness. It's temporary, but like that's still really good. Notably, you can't use this to bring back creatures. You can't use it to bring back lands. Doesn't matter. It's a spell slinging set. Pursue the past. The way this person's like chaps or whatever skirt looks like, it does look like their butt's just out. Like they got the little flappy pajamas. This is 2 mana, sorcery, gain 2 life. You can discard a card if you do draw 2 cards. Has flashback. Not a bad way to filter. Has flashback, so it lets you do the stuff again. I don't think this is bad. But out in college, Spirit Mascot. It's a Spox. That's a Spirit Ox. We're going to have Spox later in the year, though. 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever your cards leave the graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on this card. Okay, great. Grows with the set mechanic. Not bad. Not that good. Just fine. Startled Relic Sloth. I think this one's pretty nice. 4 mana, 4/4. Trample and Lifelink. 4 mana, 4/4 with Lifelink is actually pretty brutal and limited. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Hit your own graveyard, trigger your Lorehold stuff. Hit your opponent's stuff, they can't bring it back. I think this is a very good uncommon for these colors. Suspend Aggression. which actually just kind of looks like them spirit bombing, but I think that they have a book. Yeah, there's a book in there. 3 mana instant, exile target non-land permanent, and the top card of your library. For each of those cards, the card that was exiled and the card on top of your deck, its owner may play it until the end of their next turn. It is temporary removal for your opponent's thing and an impulse draw for you. I don't like this. I just don't think it's good. Like, it will occasionally be like, oh, and I'll temporarily remove your thing. You can't cast it, and I get an impulse draw. It is cleverly templated, yes. I don't know. To me, temporary removal is just not enough. I guess it can kill tokens. Yeah, it's just tough at a rare. If this were an uncommon, I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty nice. But as a rare, I think that's where I have trouble with it. You could, I guess, yeah, blink your own thing in a pinch. It's a Boros Repulse. Yeah, this is Boros Repulse. And they have to play it on the next turn if they want it back. It's just tricky at 3 mana as a rare. I wouldn't pack one, pick one it. I would absolutely take it if I was already in Boros colors, though. Sorry, Lorehold colors. Wilt in the Heat. Oh no, this Witherbloom person did not dress appropriately for this field trip. 4 mana instant, costs 2 less if a card left your graveyard this turn, deals 5 damage to target creature, and if that dies, it gets exiled. You know what? This card would be better if it said, or Planeswalker. There's 2 Planeswalkers in the set, and one of them's really, really good. Yeah, I think this is pretty nice removal, though. It's 4 mana, kills most things in the set, exiles them on top. Sometimes it's 2 mana. Should have said, or Planeswalker. Next up, Quandrix. The math nerds. Look at them and all their geometry and angles. Applied geometry. A 4 mana rare sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of a non-aura permanent you control. Except, it's a 0/0 fractal. And it's a 6/6. I like this. At its worst, this is make a token copy of my land, because let's say you don't have any other permanents. Token copy of the land, this is 6/6 for 4 mana. Very, very good card. Yeah, I think that's just... If you have something better than just a land to copy too, it gets even better. Yeah, make a copy of your Ouroboros, why don't you? It would be pretty nice. It would become a 0/0, but then it would get +6/+6. Chunk. Yeah, I think Applied Geometry is a good rare. Berta, Wise Extrapolator. She's a frog. 4 mana, 1/4 with increment, so it will grow over time. And whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put onto Bertha, you get a mana of any color. And you can tap paying X to make a X-sized fractal. Really good mana sink. You can do that at instant speed. Grows over time. I feel like this is a pretty fine creature for a limited. Even if you're just paying like 1 mana and making 1/1s to chump block with, that's still pretty good. Ah, the B cube. Before we get board cube, we needed to get B cubes. This has flash and flying and trample and increment. What it doesn't have is death touch. It feels like it should have death touch. It's a bunch of bees. It's a bunch of bees. How do I feel about this? It's like an aggressive card. Cheap flyers can win games. Embrace the Paradox. A 5 mana instant. Draw 3 cards. You can put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. This is very, very solid card advantage. And I think that having card advantage is going to be really good. Like, getting this instant speed, draw 3, and ramp for limited, like, that's just good card advantage for limited. It's not the sort of thing you run a lot of, but it's the sort of thing that if you have, it's pretty good. It's growth spirograph. It's like growth harmonize, but instant speed. Fractal mascot. 6 mana. 6/6. Trample. When it enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. I mean, it's a big boy. It's a 6/6 with trample. It's a big boy. It's big Frostlinks. I'll take big Frostlinks. I'd put this at the top end of my deck. Yeah, it's like a better Colossal Dreadmaw. It does not trigger repartee. The spell, if it said when you cast the spell does it. Maybe there's something there, but the spell doesn't target. The creature targets after it enters. Fractal Tender. Chicken tenders. A 5 mana 3/3 with Ward 2 and Increment. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on this creature, you also get a Fractal with 3 counters on it. Ooh. So you have to cast something that costs more than 3, but then you get another 3/3. I think that because this has the ward, it's a pretty nice card. Geometer's Arthropod. 2 mana, 1/4. Oh yeah, and only instants and sorceries trigger repartee. Yeah, it's like a fractal horseshoe crab. That's kind of cool. Whenever you cast a spell with an X in its cost, you look at the top X cards of your library. 1 goes into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom of your library in a random order. I don't know how many cards have X in their cost. Oh, Rin Matthew, legit with the save here, saying there are 9 cards in Simic colors with X in their mana cost. 3 are common, 2 are uncommon, and 4 are rare. Okay, and this is also rare. So this is like a rare payoff for something that's... Yeah, you put this in like your commander deck that's based around X. Hydra Helper. Yeah, this is my Hydra Helper. I don't love it, but it's also not bad because at its worst, it's a 1/4 and it might draw you a card. Growth Curve. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. Then double the number of counters on that creature. At minimum, I guess this put 2 +1/+1 counters. It's a lot better if you have fractals, but you saw there's a lot of bounce in this set. Makes that a little worse. Yeah, it's fine. Make a big thing bigger. Yeah, I'm not for it. Yeah, because it's sorcery speed. It's not even a trick. Mind into matter. There's your X cost rare. Draw X cards. Then you may put a permanent card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Ooh. I think the sweet spot for this is X equals 3 or X equals 4. In limited, you could get to that. I don't think it's bad. The only thing I don't like is that it is sorcery and enters tapped. But you could do this for X equals 1 and then it's growth spiral, kind of. Yeah. Would the crab let you draw the cards before this resolves? Yeah, because it would be triggered by this. You cast the spell, you get a card into hand, and then mind over matter. I think it's fine. It's sorcery speed card draw is the big thing. Not as good if you're trying to be tricky. Paradox Surveyor. 3 mana 3/3 with reach. When this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You can reveal a land card or a card with X in its mana cost. Put it into your hand. And as we just saw, like, there's not that many cards with X. If you have some of them, this gets better. But I think a 3 mana 3/3 with reach that gets you a land is pretty good. So you will... Okay, this is hard. You are not guaranteed in 5 cards to hit a land. But you are statistically likely to hit a land. Now, somebody could do the, what is it, like hypergeometric calculation for it. You are likely to hit a land, but you are not guaranteed. Still pretty good. At base, 3 mana, 3/3, good uncommon. Proctor's Gaze. That's better than a Proctor's Straight. We got a 4 mana instant, return up to 1 non-land permanent to its owner's hand. That's a bounce spell or a rescue spell. Search your library for basic land, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. I like this. I like unsummon. So this is actually kind of goofy. I've said before, like, I like blink. I like bounce, into the royal type effects. It's regrowth spiral, kind of. No, it's not regrowing. It's more like a kicked blink of an eye or royal into the royal, except instead of drawing a card, you ramp. Yeah. It's a neat tempo play, though. And again, with the big tokens, if you're up against another Quandrix deck, that could be kind of good. You have a 92.3% chance to hit 1+ land in 5 cards. And that's assuming, I assume, 17 lands. Unsummon growth. It can hit non-land permanents, too. Into the Soil. Ooh, Into the Soil. That's what this is. This is Into the Soil. Chat got there. I feel that this is... Yeah, it's okay. I think there was like another bounce that was at sorcery speed I saw before that was like, I really don't like that it's at sorcery speed. This one's at least instant. Helps thin your deck. Not the best, but not bad. Parafractal. This is a 1/0 dinosaur fractal. When it enters, you gain 2 life. I guess that's nice if you're splashing into Witherbloom stuff. And it's not quite a Hydra because it's a fractal. So if you pay this for 1, you get a 2/1 flyer and gain 2 life. If you do it for 2, you get a 2/3. Sorry, a 3/2 flyer. I'm so unused to things being top heavy in Simic. If you need flyers, this is flexible. I'm not as big on it though. Quandrix Charm. Counter a spell unless its controller plays 2. So early game, this is a quench. Destroy target enchantment. There's like 1 enchantment in each color that's kind of okay. Or target creature has a base power and toughness 5/5 until end of turn. Not bad. You have a good counter spell, an okay trick, and enchantment removal, I guess, if you need it. Still fine for limit. I think all the charm cycle is good. It is the quenchiest. Just like Quandrix. So she is a 6 mana 6/6 with Flying Trample and Cascade, which means that you're going to get some value just by casting this, except this is what is heartbreaking. If you hit one of the X cost spells off of Cascade when you were casting Quandrix, X is 0. No, I like Quandrix. I think this is a good card unlimited. It gives all your instants and sorceries Cascade if you cast them from your hand. But it feels kind of like anti-synergy with some of the stuff that's in the format. Still very good card unlimited. Would I play it in Constructed? Probably not. I'm not that big on Cascade-y stuff. Tam. Observant Sequencer. Tam's still out here with her weird braids. Still a Gorgon wizard. 4 mana, 4/3. Landfall is what prepares her. And her prepare spell is not bad. Deep Sight. Draw a card, gain a life. I would love this if I was like already in Golgari stuff. Sorry, Witherbloom stuff. Because this is a great repeatable life gain. And repeatable card draw. I think that this is overall a very good card. And Landfall to prepare... Like, this is what Tamiyo should have been. You know? This is what Tamiyo should have been like. Or not Tamiyo, I'm sorry, Tatyova. This is what Tatyova should have been like. Make you pay the mana to draw a card. Yeah, I think it's pretty nice for limited, though. Tamiova. Next up, we have colorless cards, and then lands. Y'all ready? Because there's a whole bunch of archaics in this set. The archaics are the... I think I told you guys before. The secret of Strixhaven is that the oracles go back in time and then live out all of existence as archaics with, like, kind of a mind outside of time. They are witnessing all things at once. Are we also going to look at the Mystic Archive? Yes, because they're draftable. This is a 10 mana 7/7, but it costs less for every instant or sorcery in your graveyard. Lots of ways to surveil, lots of ways to mill, lots of ways to discard and draw. Has reach. And whenever it attacks, you can cast an instant or sorcery from your graveyard without paying its mana cost, then exile it. I think Dawning Archaic is a bomb. You can play it in pretty much any deck, and I think that it will probably cost you if you are kind of aware of like, yeah, I want to cast a lot of instants and sorceries, I'm not just prepared creatures, like 4 mana or 6 mana, depending on how late in the game it is. I wouldn't want it in my opening hand unless I also had a bunch of like discard and draw stuff. Yeah, it's a good card. It's a good card, and it plays into Lorehold stuff nicely. It is also a mythic rare, but it's like, it's a mythic rare you could totally play in anything. Rancorous Archaic. This is a common Archaic. Has Converge. Enters with +1/+1 counters for each color spent for it. If you're in just a 2-color deck, this is a 5 mana, 4/4 with Reach and Trample. Not bad, but purely a curve filler. If you are for some reason going 5 colors silly times, this is actually pretty good. But that's like, if you're going 5 colors silly times, which I don't think most people will. I'll do it at least once when drafting this set. Sundering Archaic. I actually think this one's pretty good. 6 mana, 3/3. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast this creature. If you are in 2 or 3 colors, that is already decent enough for me because it leaves you a 3/3 and it gives you this way to move cards from graveyards into libraries. Not bad. Yeah, I don't think this will be 0 mana very often unlimited. Together as One. A big rare sorcery. Target player draws X card, deals X damage to any target, gain X life, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast the spell. So let's say X equals 3 again, 2 main colors and a splash. 6 mana, draw 3, deal 3, gain 3 is fine. It's not crazy to me, but it's fine. Yes, this can hit planeswalkers, but it's also rare. I wouldn't play it in Constructed, though. Even in like a 5-color stuff deck. Transcendent Archaic. Here's a 7 mana 6/6 with Vigilance. When it enters, you draw X cards. Hi, Scraps. Where X is the number of mana, colors of mana. And if you draw 1 or more cards, you discard 2 cards. You do not ever want to draw those cards unless you're like filtering. Or if you have enough colors. But again, I think this is just like a high-end curve filler. I don't think it's bad. Scraps, you want to come up? Yeah, you. Honey, come up. I've been trying to get the cat to come up without me having to stand up. Biblioplex Tome Keeper. 4 mana, 3/4. That when it enters, you can choose to prepare or unprepare a creature. If your opponent has something scary and unprepare it. If you have a really big spell, maybe one of those big boys that you want to prepare again, do it again. Again, feels to me mostly like a curve filler. Hi, Scraps. You showed up yesterday, you showed up today. She was sleeping so much. Who's my sleepy girl? Who's my stinky sleepy girl? Yeah, these are the regular colorless things. These are artifacts. Scraps needs to do her stream inspections. Hello. I'm here for checking to make sure that everything is in order. Diary of Dreams. A 2 mana artifact. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you put a page counter on this. And you can draw a card for 5 mana and a tap, but it costs less for each page counter. If you have lots of instants and sorceries, this feels like decent repeatable card draw. It is not the kind of thing I think I would play in setup, but I don't think that this is a bad rate. Okay, fine. Mage Tower Referee. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, put a +1/+1 counter onto this creature. Cool. I mean, that's fine. To me, this is very much like It's an early creature, and if you have just like a bunch of stuff in multicolor, it's like, yeah, whatever. It's fine. It'll be easier to trigger, I think, than some of the things that are like trigger on set mechanic. Page, loose leaf. I think Page is actually pretty sweet because if you get multiples, then you can discard another card named Page to reveal cards and tutor for an instant, or not tutor for, but reveal until you hit an instant or sorcery and put it into your hand. This is a 2 mana producing creature. It only taps for colorless mana, which is kind of a shame because we have the things that care about the colors of mana spent. But I do like that it has a, hey, in case you get multiple of them, this is what it does. It's fine. It's colorless mana, though. I actually don't think I would pick it that highly unless I was, like, really desperate for ramp for big Prismari stuff. I feel like this goes best in Prismari. You thought it was a fish? It's like a page with a smiley face on it that's running away. Potioner's Trove. A 3-mana artifact that taps for mana of any color and can gain you life if you cast an instant or sorcery. Which is helpful, especially if you have life gain synergy. It's a 3-mana mana rock. You don't usually play these that much, but I don't think it's terrible. Strixhaven Sky Coach. It's a vehicle. It's a 3-mana 3/2 flyer. And when it enters, ooh, you get a land into your hand. Has a crew of 2. Not bad. I like that it gets you the land no matter what. Oh yes, Cody and the Tome are artifact type book. I don't know if they changed anything else to be books, but they are books now. The Lands of Secrets of Strixhaven. I believe there's 2 major cycles in here. The first of which is a reprint of the Slow Lands. These are dual lands that enter untapped if you have 2 or more other lands. So if they're their 3rd land, 4th land, 5th land, etc., they'll be untapped. Very nice lands in Limited and in Constructed, but being dual lands and Limited means you're not really taking them super high. There's only 5 of them because they match up with the school. There's another one. And then we have the Surveil lands for the schools. They enter tapped. They add mana of each color. They surveil 1. You definitely take these if you're in these colors because they help you play your spells. And they have the bonus of surveilling. Nice. Yes, Scraps, you're so cute. They were from Innistrad Midnight Hunt and Crimson Vow. I don't remember which cycle was in which, but I assume we're going to get the other half of them in another set this year. Petrified Hamlet. This disables some of the abilities of other lands. This is a constructed card, not really a limited card, and I would say I would not pick this in limited. It is nice. It turns off the activated abilities of certain things, but it doesn't turn off, like, Cavern of Souls. Shattered Sanctum. All right, we have Sky Coach Waypoint. I think this is the best way to repeatedly prepare a creature. If I have good prepare creatures, I would run this card. I think that the cost of it, it's 3 mana plus tapping this land, so kind of like 4 mana overall. It's repeatable. It's a way to use up your mana. Not terrible, but kind of nice if you have prepare stuff to redo. Terramorphic Expanse, also very pickable and limited just because it's good fixing. Thins your deck. And now we have the bonus sheet. So lands, not too exciting. Bonus sheet, very exciting. The archives have returned, and the archives feature iconic spells from across Magic's history. There is 1 archive spell in every single pack, which means you are going to see these. But my understanding is that the drop rate of the rares and mythics from this is really low. I think specifically the mythics is really low, relative to regular drop rates. So you won't see that many of the mythics, but you will see a lot of the other ones. Here we go. It is an 87.5% chance of it being an uncommon and a 2.9% chance of being a mythic and like 9-ish% chance of being a rare. Weird. Art on these are sick. There's also Japanese alt arts, which you'll find in like Japanese packs and collector boosters. Yo, she was such a good cat. Some of these spells though are great. So we're going to talk about how these spells are going to be in limited. Oh my god, Scraps, your puffs are so ruffled. Achroma's Will. Achroma's Will is great. Just trust me on this. These are all reprints, by the way. They're not standard legal unless they were already standard legal. Achroma's Will ends games, but it's a little worse outside of Commander. In Limited, though, because you don't have Commanders, it is your creatures either get lifelink indestructible and protection from each color, or they get Flying Vigilance and Double Strike. It's the Flying Vigilance and Double Strike. This is an incredible overrun effect. Sometimes you use it defensively. You almost always do it for the first part, and then you just end the game. There you go. If you see a Mythic in paper, you should just take it. Oh, some of them are extremely valuable on the secondary market. Angel's Grace has split second, which means that you can do it, and, well, nobody can respond to it. It just happens. Oh, bye, honey bear. You can't lose the game this turn. And your opponents can't win the game this turn. If your life total would go to negative something, it instead goes to 1. If your opponent is swinging at you with everything, this is like, okay, all I needed to do was survive this turn, and then I turn around and I kill you. Not bad. Armageddon. I actually would not take this in Limited because you probably won't capitalize upon it. Armageddon destroys all lands. Okay, great. It destroys yours too. Unless you have, I don't know, something to do, like, it doesn't get you there. You can draft this set until you get an Armageddon. It's got great art. Some Dominic Mayer art. Yeah. It's coming to Brawl. There are certain artifact decks that will especially play it. Duty Beyond Death. Sacrifice a creature to give all your other creatures indestructible and put a +1/+1 counter on them. Very good, especially if you have tokens. So I do like Duty Beyond Death Unlimited. I wouldn't run more than one of them, but this is pretty good. Helping Hand. Reanimates your little creatures. If you have little creatures worth reanimating, this reanimates them. Hop to it. Makes 3 tokens. If you have stuff that wants lots of tokens, hop to it. Also, the art's really, really cute. They got blueberries. Bunnies have blueberries. Prismatic Ending. If you're going for multiple colors, this gets better. I actually think Prismatic End is not that good in Limited. But, like, it becomes like a 2 mana, remove something of mana value 2 or less. So it's not bad. Especially because you will probably be in 2 or 3 colors. It is not bad. I just don't like it that much. Repel Calamity. Destroy a target creature of power or toughness 4 or greater. Actually, very nice removal. So if you're looking for 1-for-1 removal, it's here. It's not the best removal in the set, but it's also not the worst. Reprieve. This is a cantripping, returns your opponent's thing into their hand. I like Reprieve. Sometimes it's a Time Walk that draws you a card because it's like, oh, you spent all your mana to cast this big spell. Actually, it didn't resolve. It goes back into your hand and I get to draw. Yes, all the art in the archives I think is pretty solid. It was cool the first time around. It's cool here. Requisition Raid gets a reprint. You can use this as artifact and enchantment removal, or buff all your cards, or you can do all of it. If I'm super aggro, this gets better. What's kind of tricky is that unless there's like an artifact creature in play, it's not going to trigger repartee. It's still not bad. It's a flexible card. Very, very sideboardy sometimes. Return to the Ranks. Has Convoke, returns X target creature cards with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If you have a ton of 1 and 2 drops in your deck, this is great. It will bring them back, but I generally think you're not going to have enough for this to be worth it. Now, you could like pack one, pick one this, and then build around it, but I wouldn't. Winds of Abandon. This is kind of like a weird Settle the Wreckage type thing. For 2 mana, you exile one of your opponent's cards, and this is at sorcery speed. They get a land. For 6 mana, you exile all of your opponent's cards, and they get all of those lands. They come in tapped. This can be a way to clear your opponent's board to swing in for lethal, but remember, you are giving them lands. I'm not that big on Winds of Abandon, but like it can be decent. Brain Freeze. This is for the millers among us. These are all reprints, yes. I like this new art for Brain Freeze. It's really good. Brain Freeze is a 2-mana, target player mills 3 cards, and it has Storm. If your opponent casts a bunch of spells in a turn, it also counts their spells for Storm. Brain Freeze is kind of iffy because it's... You can use it to fill up your graveyard, or you can use it to try to mill your opponent, but unless you're actually able to win with it, it's usually pretty bad. This ain't Vintage Cube. You don't have Lions Eye Die combos with it, so it's not as good. But sometimes, like, your opponent has 9 cards left in their deck, it's near the end of the game, you play 3 spells, and one of them's Brain Freeze, and then you win the game. Storm doesn't double the trigger, it gives you an additional cast of the spell for each other spell that was cast in the turn. Can you stack Storm? Is that what you're asking? Yes, if you have Prismari out, it can have Storm. I've seen the Japanese Cyclonic Rift. I don't know if I have. Cyclonic Rift. Yeah, pick it. Pick it unlimited. Just pick it. It's 2 mana bounce one thing, 7 mana bounce all your opponent's things. It's so good. It's so good. Just take it. It's good. Also, it's a pricey card, so, like, money. It's also expensive as heck. Yeah. Here's Daze. If you're in mono blue, which you won't be, Daze is kind of funny. I don't like Daze that much in limited. It can be a free counterspell. Otherwise, it is a 2-mana counterspell. But it only counters the spell if your opponent can't pay 1, which in limited is like, you don't play on curve that well in limited. Daze is, yeah, Daze is good for constructed. It's one of those things that, like, you use it to stop spells for free in constructed formats. I don't like it as much for limited. Dedus. Hi, honey cat. You just left. You're coming back already? She's like, I'm still hungry. I still want attention. The kibble I am giving this cat, by the way, she has an entire bowl of it in the other room. She would just rather have it hand-fed to her. That's just how she is. Hi, honey. Deduce, draw a card and investigate. It's essentially 4 mana, draw 2, but you can split up how you cast it. It's not bad card advantage. It's not my favorite, but it's there. Witch Dane Full Stroke? This one! Not the counterspell, I would run that, like, that much, but it does counter the big spells in the set. Have you coming up or what? Come on, honey. Yeah, there's lots of room for you up here. She wants me to throw kibble, I think, for her. Flusterstorm. This is a funky counterspell that has Storm, and I'm unsure of how I would evaluate it in limited. Now, Flusterstorm is worth a couple bucks, so, like, if you're just looking to draft value cards, it is pretty valuable. Flusterstorm, though, is... like, it can be good. Typically, it is at least essentially a 1 mana, make your opponent pay at least 2 mana for their instant or sorcery. And there are instants and sorceries you'd want to counter, but I don't know if I would want Flusterstorm. Yeah, you can use it to, like, counter your opponent's Storm stuff, but I don't think it's what I would want. Force of Will. I think Force of Will is playable in limited because it's a free counter spell. You can pay 1 life and exile a blue card from your hand instead of paying 5 mana. So you can be completely tapped out and counter your opponent's stuff. It's good. Also, if you are just sitting on 5 mana, you can just pay 5 mana. There you go. Somebody said it's a spell pierce that needs a sleeve sometimes. Yeah, Force of Will is coming to Arena. Very needed and timeless. I'm mad that we're getting it in Brawl. Honey, come up. She's just sitting there. Okay. That was such a yell from this cat. Oops. Pongify. I think Pongify is very good in most limited formats. Assuming you have something big enough to deal with a 3/3, it's destroy a thing, turn it into a 3/3. You can also use this to destroy your own creature and turn it into a 3/3. Pongify. It's good. Preordain. Sorcery speed, cantrip, Still a good sorcery speed cantrip. If you have things that trigger off casting spells, it's good. Not as good as Pongify, but still pretty nice. Good card selection. Sleight of hand. Look at 2 cards. 1 in hand, 1 at the bottom. Another just cheap cantrip. It's fine. It's whatever. You'll see those, though. Spell Pierce. Ah, look, the Spell Pierce. Really good Spell Pierce art. Got a good fish folk on it. I think Spell Pierce is alright in this limited set. I don't think it's amazing, because there's still creatures that I'd want to do. And sometimes it'll be like, oh, look, you countered just the prepare spell that I have. Great. I wouldn't personally run it, but I'm sure some people will. Are these all going to be in Arena? Yes, because these are draftable. Stock Up. Stock Up's good. Hey, do you want to see a card that's so good? Somebody said it's even seeing, like, Vintage and Legacy play? I knew it was seeing play in Modern and Pioneer. But Stock Up is so funny because it's an uncommon from Aetherdrift that's super expensive, so I'm very happy it's getting a reprint because nobody bought Aetherdrift. Like, it was such an underdrafted set because it's cars. Yeah, stock up. It's good. And it's currently kind of valuable. I think this will actually help drive the price down a bit, which is good. Please don't bite me. Please don't bite me, cat. Ad Naus. Hey, Ad Nauseum is going to be added into Arena too, so you can do Ad Naus combo. Reveal the top card of your library, put it into your hand, lose life equal to its mana value. Do it as many times as you want. How do I feel about this in Limited? Don't. I love paying life for cards. But unless you also have Angel's Grace so you don't die to this, you're just gonna die to it. Oh, it gets around Bowmasters. It does get around Bowmasters because it puts into hand. Gets around Bowmasters, Narset, Shuldred, whatever you want. Bitter Triumph is very good. It is single target removal, but it is only 2 mana in its instant speed. If you have things that want to be in your graveyard for whatever reason, it can also put things into your graveyard. Otherwise, you are paying life, which is a bit of a downside, but still a good kill spell. And it's one of the only kill spells that kills Planeswalkers. Just saying, Planeswalkers are real and they can hurt me. They are hurting me all the time. Culling the Weak. I don't like Culling the Weak that much. It sacrificed a creature to get 4 mana. So kind of like a dark ritual that requires more death. But I don't like to give up my creatures for things. And a card. Yeah, not for me. Dismember. A very good kill spell, gets through indestructible, and you can pay life instead of mana for it, so it can cost as little as 1 mana. Good kitty. There are creatures who like getting sacrificed, but not that many in this set. Not at low mana values. Feed the Swarm. It is decent removal. It's especially good against tokens, but what makes it special is it's in black and it can destroy enchantments. I'm still not that big on it for limited, because you do have to lose a good amount of life, and it's only sorcery speed. But if you're running into an enchantment that's a problem, you could sideboard it in if you don't have other enchantment removal. Locust Spray. Give -1/-1 until end of turn, and it does have cycling. So at worst, it's a different card in your hand. I'm not that big on Locust Spray. There's not that many things I feel with 1 toughness I'd want to use this on. So it is a, I don't know, repartee trigger. Shuldred's Edict. Not a repartee trigger, but a great kill spell. Shuldred's Edict is make your opponent lose a creature, or a token creature, or a planeswalker. The flexibility of it I like, and it's actually worse in limited than it is in constructed, because your opponents will oftentimes have multiple bad creatures, and you're like, oh, man, I don't want to, I ain't using this. So it's okay. Art is sick. All the art's sick. Look at this. Look at the smallpox art. This is awesome. Also, take the time and look at the Japanese gallery, too, so you can see the Japanese arts. They're really great. Smallpox, with this cool bird on it. 2 mana. Each player loses 1 life. Discards a card, sacrifices a creature of their choice, and then sacrifices a land of their choice. I don't actually really care for Smallpox in Limited. It's very symmetrical. But I love the art. Stargaze! This is just from Bloomborough, I think. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand. The rest into your graveyard. Lose X life. I don't know. At sorcery speed, I don't like it. Vamp Tutor. Vampiric Tutor is very good if you have something worth tutoring to. It essentially puts you down a card. But because you can do it at instant speed, it's a lot harder for your opponent to respond to and interrupt this. You do it on your opponent's end step. You put the card you want on top of your deck. You lose 2 life. You draw it. You use it to hopefully win the game. Very valuable card. If you are playing in paper, you should take it. Zombify. It's just a reanimate. It's fine. If you have things worth reanimating, ways to put them in your graveyard, it's fine. Abrade. Pretty decent removal and limited. Not as many creatures die to this and artifacts die to this, but it's still fine and it's instant speed and it triggers repartee and all that stuff. Big Score. Really nice if you want to get things in your graveyard. It also draws cards, gets you some treasures. I like Big Score as like a filter in limited. I think that it's pretty playable. Brotherhood's End is a mini board wipe. 3 damage to each creature in each planeswalker, and can alternately destroy tiny artifacts. I think you'd always be doing it for the first mode, but it is a pretty nice card unlimited. Bulk Up. I think Bulk Up's an all-star. Bulk Up's one of those things where, like, suddenly you go from just a whittle guy to a real big guy. And we have a lot of things that grow as you cast spells or trigger with repartee, and this gets cast twice. Once from hand, once from the graveyard, and if you do them both in the same turn, wow, quadruple power equals win the game. I think Bulk Up is good, especially with the other things we have. Burst Lightning. It's cheap removal, or it burns face. It can technically hit a planeswalker, but it's 1 mana for 2 damage, or 5 mana for 4. So not amazing rate, but still good enough. The flexibility helps. Crackle with Power. Hey, do you have ramp? Do you want to end the game with 1 spell? Crackle with Power. Crackle with Power is genuinely just, hey, if you can get this to resolve for enough mana, you do win, because it's 5 times X damage to each of up to 5 targets. By the way, I'm noticing a lot of these X cost spells are not in blue. Doesn't blue and green want X cost spells? Anyway, Crackle with Power, if you have like X equals 3, so you are paying 11 mana, that's 15 damage to 3 different targets, and that usually ends the game. Very, very strong if you're doing that. But, like, you're not going to get to that unless you're ramping or you have a lot of control stuff and ways to just maintain your life total. Empty the Warrens. It's another Storm card, but this one has sorcery speed. It is banned in Pauper, if I remember right. Make goblins. Make a goblins. The more other spells you've cast, the more goblins you get. If you have a lot of cheap cantrips, this gets a lot better. If you don't, it's not that good. Jessica's Will. You will never have a commander, kind of like a Chroma's Will, so you'll only ever get 1 mode. Add a mana for each card in your opponent's hand, or exile 3 cards and you can play them this turn. It's okay. I'm really not that big of this outside of Commander. It is cracked in Commander and it will absolutely see play in Brawl. But it's really not as good if you don't get both modes. Yeah, it is, I think, a pretty pricey card too because of the amount of Commander play it seems. Actually, can somebody do !price Jessica's Will? Monstrous Rage. Fantastic and limited. This is +3/+2 and a permanent +1/+1 and trample. But like +3/+2 and trample on the turn that you cast it. Very, very good combat trick. Triggers repartee, makes your creatures harder to deal with. And the permanent trample is really nice. Here we go. Jessica's Will, its cheapest printing is currently $40. So yes, if you see a Jessica's Will, take the Jessica's Will. This sees play in Legacy Storm. Oh, just because it's a ritual? Yeah, it is a ritual. Speaking of which, Paretic Ritual. Turn 2 mana into 3. Don't bother. Return to Favor. I actually love Return to Favor. Return to Favor allows you to change targets and copy spells and make new targets. In a set that has a huge mechanic of targeting spells, I think Return to Favor is kind of a bomb. Like, hey, your whole thing is targeting stuff. I also would like to target stuff, and also I get to move what you are targeting. Very cool card in a set that's so spell slingy. I would like to use Return to Favor. Go Paretic into Jessica's into Empty to Warren. If you're living that dream in Limited, good for you. Subterranean Tremors. This is a board wipe for non-flyers, so you can play around that and have flyers. But it also can destroy all artifacts of X is 4 or more, or make you Giant Lizard if X is 8 or more. I actually think that Subterranean Tremors is fine for Limited. It's one of those, like, you control the damage. But the fact that it's like, oh yeah, man, I got 9 mana. I'm killing everything and also Lizard. Godzilla rises. Okay, bye, honey cat. She's like, no more treats. What's the point? Is this a reprint? I guess. I don't know what this is from, though. Scryfall, what was Subterranean Tremors from? Subterranean Tremors was from Conspiracy Take the Crown. That is why you probably haven't seen it. Last up, some of these. We also have multicolored ones. Yeah, the archives is a lot of cards, by the way. Awaken the Woods makes X/1/1 creatures. Pretty sweet. I think that Awaken the Woods is generally just like a good ramp token maker. I like it. This set has a bunch of Conspiracy reprints. Yeah, that's cool. Speaking of reprints, Berserk has a reprint. Berserk is super pricey because it's not been reprinted a lot and it's pretty strong. You have to cast this before combat damage, before we go to combat damage. Target creature gains trample, gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is its power. At the beginning of its next end step, you destroy that creature if it attacks this turn. So you can do this to destroy your opponent's stuff, or to kill your opponent. Are there any indestructible creatures in a set you can use this on? I don't think so. Crop rotation. I don't think crop rotation is worth doing anything with Unlimited. Crop rotation is for finding a broken land. You don't... The lands in the set are not broken. You can pick it up because it's like a decent card, but I would not play it in Limited. Giant Growth. Not a bad combat trick. It's not as good as Monstrous Rage, but it is +3/+3 until end of turn. It'll end games. Glimpse of Nature. When you cast a creature spell this turn, draw a card. So you set this up, then you cast a couple creatures. I'm not that big on Glimpse of Nature, but if you have a bunch of creature spells that you think you can spew out, great. Otherwise, it just like turns into a cantrip. This is really great Giant Growth art, yeah. Knockout Maneuver. It is a fight spell. Sorry, it's a bite spell, but it's 3 mana, and it's sorcery speed, and it can't even hit planeswalkers. It's not very good. Pick your poison. A very cheap way to kill a flyer, but you don't get to choose it. Definitely a sideboard card that you'd want to consider. But I do think that, like, hey, if you're going against flyers, this is really nice. Also, Pick Your Poison is just a cool card, and I like the way that the art is. So which of these? I'm guessing the Bird Skull is flyer. The Tentacle is, enchantment and a mushroom's artifact? Sure. This is A.M. Sartor's art. Like, you can see the hands underneath that. Royal Treatment. This is a protective spell. Gives you a royal roll, which permanently gives you +1/+1 and ward 1. But the hexproof until end of turn is a good way to dodge some removal. Not something I would pick super high, but still good, and especially if you have something you know you want to protect, or if you're Voltroning a little bit. Shamanic Revelation draws a card for each creature you control, including your tokens, and gains you life if you have a big boy. Perfectly fine, unlimited. It really stinks when you never have creatures and it just sits as a dead card in your hand. Shared Roots. Get a land. Put it in a play tab. Shuffle. It is wild that Shared Roots is getting a reprint like 4 months after Avatar. I guess 5 months? So Avatar The Last Airbender is where Shared Roots, this lesson card, got printed. But now I guess we have a non-Avatar art of it. So that's cool. It's good ramp. It's totally fine. It's also a lesson, but there's no lesson or learn, so there you go. Triumph of the Hordes. Yes, take it. You should take this card in limited. Triumph of the Hordes ends games. +1/+1. Infect and trample. You only have to hit your opponent with 10 damage and they lose the game because infect. Trample, good luck. Are all the uncommons already standard legal? I don't know if all of them are. Yeah, you should probably sleeve it up. Triumph of the Hordes has, I think, only been reprinted once. Triumph of the Hordes. Not including, like, if it was on the list or something. Yeah, it was in New Phyrexia and some Secret Lairs. And, like, that's it. Cool. Very cool. Veil of Summer. It stops a counterspell. Can draw you a card. Not my favorite for limited. It's more of a sideboard thing. Fracture. Destroys a artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker. I don't think there's that many artifacts and enchantments that you'd want to have this for. This is a sideboard card if your opponent happened to pull a planeswalker. Expressive Iteration. Y'all already know this card is great value. 2 mana to get 2 cards, and it gives you good card selection. I think that this is worth playing if you are in Prismari colors. Culling Ritual. Culling Ritual will destroy a bunch of tokens. It'll get rid of lots of weenies and give you a mana refund. But it's very situational because your opponent might not ever have that much to feed into this. But if they do have a lot of tokens, it feels really good. Again, another, like, I would sideboard it kind of card. Deflecting Palm. Next time damage would be dealt to you by a thing, you get to choose the source. Or not the choice, but like the next time it's there, you redirect that damage. You prevent the damage to you, you shoot it back at them. If your opponent has a big boy, it lets you say, actually, you just punch yourself in the face. But it's so situational. That's why I don't love it. The art's fun. The art is fun. I like this art for Bring to Light. Bring to Light plays into the you are going 5-color soup. I would not really play it if I'm not going 5-color soup. Because you always want to cast it for 1 mana of each color to get a 5-drop and put it into play. Yeah, it can mess up with people swinging for lethal. Living End. Living End is not as scary if it is actually being cast for its full mana value. I like Living End though. I think it's funny. So normally you like cascade into this, and that's how the deck that runs Living End would work. You've killed people with Defecting Palm. Me too, but it's so tricky. That's why I'm not sure about it. If you suspend this, so you pay 4 mana, you have to wait 3 turns. Each player exiles all creatures from their graveyard, sacrifices the creature they control, and then they put those exiled cards into play. So it swaps the living and the dead creatures. You have to set up for this. Your opponent might have stuff in their graveyard, and they will see it coming unless you cascade into it, which there's not an easy way to do in the set. There is a mythic rare Quandrix that can do it. Yes, so this has a mana value of null. It does not have a mana value. You can only either cascade into it and cast it for free, or suspend it and cast it. These are commander cards, so they're not draftable, and we're not going to look at them. There is, however, a bonus sheet. I'm not sure if it is here. It is not. You could miracle it. I guess. Yeah, I guess you could miracle it and kill your lore hold. Secrets of Strixhaven. There we go. These are the bonus cards. Sorry to flashbang you, but this is the way I know to look at them. Let's go to show as full. All right. These are all cards that are possible to draft. They have a very low drop rate, but you will occasionally see them. My eyes! I know, there's not a built-in dark mode to Scryfall yet. Archaeomancer. 4 mana, 1/2, brings back an instant or sorcery. It's fine. It regrowths an instant or sorcery. There's also like a big spell in like red that does that, but that one has stats. That one's a 4/4. It's fine. These are extremely rare this set because of the mystical archives. I can believe it. Archmage Emeritus. Awesome in this limited set because whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you draw a card. That was from the first Strixhaven set. Murmuring Mystic. Listen, this was an uncommon. And it still feels like an uncommon. Casting an instant or sorcery does get you a token, though, which is pretty nice. And it has a 1/5 stat line token block. Not something I would pick super highly, but not bad. Grim Haruspex has Morph, which means you can pay 3 and then pay 1 to flip it up. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, draw a card. Usually pretty good and limited, because it's a 3/2 that draws you cards. Also, I guess it's like worth $2. I thought this was worth more. I guess it's been reprinted a couple times. Dualcaster Mage. I think Dualcaster Mage is pretty good in this. It also lets you copy your opponent's spells. Notably, it clones spells on the stack. These are all homages to the original art. Yeah, you have like, this is the professor kind of like showing the art of it. Like Grim Haruspex, this tree folk is showing like the guy from these. Yeah, I like that it's all professors showing art of that. Magus of the Library. Taps for colorless or taps to draw a card if you have exactly 7 cards in hand. Very specific. I'm not a big fan of it for limited. Sylvan Library. Okay, Sylvan Library is really good. It depends on how much you like paying life. I love paying life. But it's always good. A 2-mana enchantment. This is also a money card. At the beginning of your draw step, you may draw 2 additional cards. So like 3 cards total. If you do, choose 2 cards in your hand drawn this turn. You can either keep them or put them back on top of your deck. Was this already in Arena? No, this is brand new. Sylvan Library has not been in Arena before. You wouldn't advise Sylvan Library Unlimited? I don't know, there's so much Surveil in the set that I feel like that pseudo like brainstorm. Also, I love paying life for cards, but I do. Yeah, you don't have 40 life here, but for free cards. Adrex and Nev Twin Casters. These were from the Commander set for Strixhaven, the original one. What's this? There was an article talking about how Sylvan Library is a card the Arena team did not want Arena due to the rules quirks. I believe Sylvan Library, though, is being added to Arena, but Library of Leng is not. They replaced this. So you will not draft this if you are playing an Arena. It's Library of Alexandria instead. Adrix and Nev Twin Casters. If you would make tokens, make twice as many. Yay! If you have a lot of tokens, this is a very good card. It does work with a lot of the fractal makers. I think it's a pretty good card. Cody! Vociferous Codex. When you have this in play, you cannot cast permanents. So you better make sure you have a lot of spells to sling in your hand. Then you can pay for Add Wooburg, Taste That Rainbow. You could use that with Converge spells if they happen to be instants or sorceries. because you can't cast permanent spells. And then you essentially get like a pseudo cascade. It's just when you cast a like instant or sorcery, you get another instant or sorcery with a lesser mana value. Yep. Cool reprint. Library of Lang. This is not going to be an arena. So if you were drafting an arena, you will never see this card because they didn't want to code it because it's too difficult. I think this is the card somebody was thinking of. So Library of Lang. 1 mana, you have no maximum hand size. If an effect would cause you to discard a card, you discard it on top of your library. Like, you may. It's so... The interface is why they didn't want to put it in arena, because it would have to show all of the cards, because if you discard like 5 cards at a time, then you could reorder them as they go, and like some of them you can choose to put into the graveyard, some on top. It's just kind of a mess in how to depict it. I think that's what the problem was. How do I feel about this Unlimited? I wouldn't really go for it that much Unlimited. It's worth a couple bucks. Bastion Q, they give it the 9-month resub. And then in Arena is Library of Alexandria. This will not be in paper because I believe Library is a reserve list card. Yep, it's a reserve list card. How do I feel about Library of Alexandria Unlimited? It is good if you're on the draw and you have it in your opening hand, and otherwise, I don't really care for it. Yeah. Do we know which cards from the Commander decks are making it to Arena? We do! So Secrets of Strixhaven, Commander, that's this. Right up here on top, these are the face commanders. All of these cards will be in Arena. They will be craftable. They may be for sale in the store. They will not be in packs. You will not open them in packs. And these cards are all going to be available as Brawl Commanders. So if you want to check them out, that's SOC, Strixhaven, Secrets of Strixhaven Commander. And the cards are the old students from the first Strixhaven set. And then an iconic creature or like a mascot of their school. So like Dina and a big pest frog. Kentorius and Excava, the spirit horse. Yes. Many good card. Good, many cards. So all of these will be brewable for those of us who are Brawl players. Well, thank you all for watching my Strixhaven set review. Hopefully it helps you feel a little bit more confident going in for some dueling with these cards, and you get excited for the silly stuff that we're going to be getting in our various arena formats. I'll say this, I think that they, once again, nailed it with the archives. Really cool cards, and I'm really looking forward to playing with them. I think that the cards in the set itself also, many of them are really cool, but I do think that Witherbloom looks kinda cracked. So you know what I'm forcing. It's green-black. And listen, I'm wearing a shirt, so it's appropriate. Thank you all for watching this. I hope you like the set.